Okay, let me bring the PPT. For that, your video will be paused. Don't worry about it. Process scheduling. Cool. One second. Huh? So, how are you all? Everybody is good. Everything is fine. Everything at your end is good enough. Yes. How are you? How are you all? No voice. Refresh. Yep. Vanakkam. Adab. Sat Shri Akal. Good morning. Namaskar. Jai Shri Ram. Jai Shri Mahakal. However, you just want to have the got an accident. I don't know if my foot got fractured. Oliva, that's amazing. Now you can concentrate on your study more just because you cannot go out anywhere. No roaming, no walking. Good. Congratulations. Focus on the study more. Please take care. Please take care. All the people who are living in South India, for them there is a festival today, Varalakshmi Puja. So if you had some kind of pujan done, then let me know. I need some prasadam. Tomorrow Onam, that's great. Okay, Aditya, एकदम जल से हैं मेरे, जल से हैं एकदम. I missed yesterday's class. No, no, it is not good thing. You please attend that class. Otherwise, you'll not understand today what's there. You are before time. Yes, I thought let's start before time so that we can have a little talk. आज हमारे यहाँ पूरन पोली बनी है. Oh हो क्या बात है सार्थक, अभी आया मैं. I love that. No, no, nobody is late here. No worries. I have not started. What is that? What? Puran Poli? Puran Poli is one of the dish, a food. Mostly, yes, correct. Mostly, cooked in Maharashtra. It's one of the famous dish in Maharashtrian families. In MP also we used to have it. It's a good taste. Yes, MP में भी बिल्कुल. दही वड़ा. Oh, your favorite food in Tamil Nadu? Filter coffee. Nothing else. Yes, we call it as coffee. Coffee. Filter coffee of Chennai is amazing. Supremely taste. Wow. It's too good. My native place is MP, Madhya Pradesh, Ujjain. Sir, I have finished your watching recorded. I have missed yesterday's live class. Loving your class. That's good. Good. Okay, can you please go slow? I am from electronics student. I don't have much CS background. I want to make notes too. So Abhinav, to make the notes, you do one thing. You just listen the class completely so that you can take only learning and later on download the PDF or listen the lecture in 2x speed to make your or complete your notes. Making the notes, if I will give you the time from my time in the classroom, then that will waste a lot of our time, and because of that our syllabus completion will get delayed. Have Right now there is no any plan to go to Bhopal, but I am going to go to Indore and my hometown tomorrow. I'm going to Indore and my hometown tomorrow. There is a festival Sunday. Yes, Raksha Bandhan. Your favorite place in Tamil Nadu? In Tamil Nadu, Madurai is beautiful. The temple is amazing. सर थोड़ा थोड़ा हिंदी में भी समझाया करो फॉर बेटर अंडरस्टैंडिंग। सिद्धार्थ जी, काफी लोगों को हिंदी समझ नहीं आती है, इसलिए इंग्लिश में पढ़ाते हैं। ओके, यस, मीनाक्षी टेम्पल, एग्जैक्टली। सर, हाउ फार भोपाल फ्रॉम इंदौर? जस्ट 2-3 hours? Yes, 2-3 hours, Shantanu, but I'll be having very packed schedule, going for only 3 days. You're from Devas, great, great, amazing. Anybody here who is living in Bangalore? इंदौर में 56 दुकान जाने वाले हो? नहीं यार हर्षिल, आई विल नॉट गो एनीवेयर, ओनली टू होम एंड बैक टू द प्लेस। Anybody right now in Bangalore? Anyone, whoever is visiting to Bangalore or in the Bangalore, then meet me anytime if you would like to. How many languages you know? Which language to speak or to code? To speak only 2 languages, Hindi and English. To code, I have knowledge of only 2 languages appropriately: C language and Python. PV Narasimha Rao, 14 languages. क्या बात है, बोल दो। अरे ऐसे कैसे, लोग फिर बात करेंगे मेरे से। राइट, यस, वाइट फील्ड ओनली। आप आएंगे लेने? नहीं, फैमिली आएगी लेने, ऐसा नहीं है। बट यस, इफ यू वांट टू मीट यू कैन। आज इंस्टा पर पोस्ट देखा आपका, वेल एंड गुड, गुड। इट वाज अ वेरी लॉन्ग बैक, फोटोग्राफ वाज टेकन आई गेस 2 years ago. Have you ever come to Dehradun? Last year 1 to 4 October I was in Dehradun, not exactly in Dehradun. I landed in Dehradun and I went to one of the resort. The name is Atali Ganga. I stayed there for 4 days and then came back. It was, I guess, in Rishikesh, Atali Ganga. It's a beautiful place. Completed 2 previous OS lectures yesterday. Loved your classes. Looking forward. Okay, that's great. Sure, definitely. Did you ever come to Camp? Oh, I was in Hyderabad for last 2 years. I recently March only shifted here. How many states you are going? I don't know. I have not visited any of the state in the northeast apart from that Himachal and Kashmir and Punjab. These are the states still left. Remaining almost all the states I have visited. Intel coming up with new CPU design that includes a thread director which works in conjunction with OS scheduler and dispatcher. Interesting stuff. Yes, amazing stuff. That is amazing. Bihar, अरे बिल्कुल लिट्टी चोखा खा के आए हैं भैया. Have you ever come to Gujarat? For sure. Ahmedabad I went and Surat I went multiple times. CG, अरे MP CG भाई. Multiple times I went to CG also, Bilaspur and all. Have you ever visited UP? For sure. I started my teaching career from UP Kanpur itself. Travel history, अरे बहुत history है. चलो बाद में बात करेंगे all these. Let's start the session. नॉर्थ कोरिया आए हो अभिनव, आप नॉर्थ कोरिया में रहते तो ये मैसेज मेरे पास नहीं आता. I'm finding like I'm having an interview and you guys are asking or throwing questions like anything. पाकिस्तान और अफगानिस्तान के ऊपर से हवा में गुजरा हूं मैं. I went to US and for that Pakistan and Afghanistan I crossed their air area. Favorite sports all time: cricket, badminton. So COI needed for OS because I'm currently watching COI part 2 and on 30 lecture I lecture 1 per day. Along with doubt clearing, does it need speed up more? No Shantanu, not needed for sure. नहीं जरूरत नहीं है. नहीं, बिहार, अरे पटना भी गया हूं मैं. 1.2 करोड़ का पैकेज मिल रहा है सॉफ्टवेयर इंजीनियरिंग इन अफगानिस्तान. अप्लाई करूं? 1.2 crore versus life. What you will choose? You are the best teacher for COA. Thank you so much, Mayuk. Nice name. Okay, so all the DPPs I will discuss in the next doubt session whenever we'll be having. Sure. So let's block your chats so that we can stop our discussion and we will have only reactions from your end. I will not take much time today in the discussion of process scheduling just because only few points are left to discuss. So I will take your doubts one by one for sure. So till yesterday, what I explained is what is a process. 1.2 crore versus discuss in the next doubt session and because only few points process. It's so I will take your doubts one by one for sure. So till yesterday, what I explained is what is a process. It's the program running called as process, or program under execution called as process. So yesterday I told that if you include, remember, runtime activity in program, then it becomes process. We have seen this yesterday. Then we have seen process as data structure. It has a definition, means instructions, complete program. Then we have process representation. You remember 4 parts a process is stored. You can loudly speak what is the first part, text section or code section. Then we had data section, and then we have heap and stack. Stack and heap were little bit of variable size. Why? Just because if at runtime we need the space, we could have given from here, or if need space for stack on runtime, we could have given from in the between. Okay, data section used for what? To store static and global variable. Dynamic memory allocation. Stack used for the local variables, mostly return addresses and the function parameters. Text sections will store the text of the program, means the instructions. Operations, creation, etc., etc. So many operations were there. Attributes are stored inside operating system in terms of, or inside the PCB. Then we have seen this process state transition diagram yesterday. Everything I have explained you completely. कुछ भी ऐसा नहीं था जो बचा हुआ था. Okay. Then we will go towards this point today. Okay. You'll have to wait for 1 minute. Just hold for a second. Okay. 1 minute. I'm just coming back. My video will pause. Okay. On the okay, chalo. Now, based on the behavior of a process can be of two types. What kind of behavior? What particular thing required by process more? So there are two things here we have. One is C, what kind of picture? Now, based on the behavior of a process can be of two types. What kind of behavior? What particular thing required by process more? So there are two things here we have. One is CPU bound process, IO bound process. CPU bound process, or in other terms, it is called as CPU extensive processes. Those processes which will use the CPU more, called as CPU extensive processes. So if a process is intensively in terms of CPU, means intensively using the CPU more, and very less time that process is requiring IO operation, that is CPU bound process. Like the antivirus scan. Antivirus scan will not use your IO device too much. CPU requirement is much, might possible, just because it's going on background and background. IO bound process, like you are watching a movie or listening a music, in the background the music is coming out. Yes. So in that, if you are listening a music, what happens? The music output device, that is the speaker, is utilized too much. That is IO bound process, just because it is using input output device too much. Like you have gone for a printing a particular file is of, let's say, 200 pages. So that particular process will use your printer, your printer too much. That is IO bound process. So if a process is requiring too much of IO operation, then that process will be called as IO bound process, or IO extensive process. Very simple definition. Sure. Now, next thing is process scheduling. First of all, why we need scheduling of anything? Why we need scheduling of anything? We need scheduling of anything because no, anything like scheduling of your classes also is there, right? That at what time to what time which subject will be there, at what time to what time which subject will be there. Anything. Whenever we need scheduling, why we need scheduling? There are so many purpose we can have. Of course, a systematic approach towards the process. Then we should have efficiency. We should have resource utilization to the maximum, right? Multiple things are there. Then why we need process scheduling? We need process scheduling for better performance, for sure. Now, what is the metric of performance that can vary? Metric or the basis of performance can vary, means some particular person will have a requirement that no, you have the scheduling in such a way that all educators metric of performance that can vary. Metric or the basis of performance can vary, means some particular person will have a requirement that no, you have the scheduling in such a way that all educators should be busy sometime. Or I'm talking about your class scheduling. Some person can have some other criteria. No. Let's do like that way, that let's have the scheduling in such a way that all the students should be able to attend these three classes for sure. Or let's schedule the classes in such a way that all the students should be able to attend all the classes with appropriate breaks. So every scheduling has a basic criteria that what exactly I want to achieve. And create breaks. So every scheduling has a basic criteria that what exactly I want to achieve. And that is the performance metric, and that performance metric is variable thing, or it's not a fixed thing, it's a subjective thing, depends on multiple factors. So whichever thing we need to achieve, that based on that we will do the scheduling. In the computer system, when we schedule the processes, we have so many different performance metric. Sometimes we say, okay, we would like to have minimum waiting for all the processes. Sometimes we would like to have more interaction from the processes, like all the process should run for short duration time so that all the processes can give us the response quickly. So different metric, based on that we will be having different scheduling criterias. Okay, we will learn later on, but we do not have a single performance metric, we have multiple performance metric. That's why we have multiple types of scheduling algorithms or policies. Whatever is my performance metric which I want, we have multiple types of scheduling algorithms or policies. Whatever performance metric, we have multiple performance metric. That's why we have multiple types of scheduling. algorithms or policies. Whatever is my performance metric, which I want, same metric, based on same metric, I will apply the policy. Like if I ask you a very simple question, which car is best? I want to purchase a car, which car is best? You will cross verify with me, sir, what is your budget? Okay, I told my budget is, let's say, 10 lakhs, just for an example. Then you will ask, what is your utility? You want a normal hatchback car, or you want a particular sedan car, or you want an SUV, you want an MPV. MPV means 7-seater, something like that. So based on that, you will suggest me, sir, you want that, okay, you could go ahead with more, service charges, fine, and performance better, you can go with this brand, this car. No, no, if you want to have limited service charges or limited, repairing charges or whatever, then you can go with this one. So different requirements, and based on that you will suggest different thing. Here also it's the same thing. Requirement is different, based on that you will suggest, so you go with this one. Okay, cool. Now next thing is scheduling queue. What is the meaning of scheduling queue? First of all, you all know what is the meaning of queue in the data structure. What is a queue? It's a list. First of all, different, based on that you will suggest, so you go with this one. Okay, cool. Now next thing is scheduling queue. What is the meaning of scheduling queue? First of all, you all know what is the meaning of queue in the data structure. What is a queue? It's a list, FIFO order list, right? So when the processes are kept in a specific state, then the processes are kept in some queues. Like there is a job queue to keep all the processes are in the data structure. What is a queue? It's a list, FIFO order list, right? So when the processes are kept in a specific state, then the processes are kept in some queues. The processes are kept in a specific state, then the processes are kept in some queues. Like there is a job queue to keep all processes in new state. Remember? Okay, I'll give you a simple example. If you are using Windows operating system, in the leftmost lower corner, usually it is there, a window sign is there. Click on that window sign. You can see a list of all those programs which you have installed. You can see that all these programs are those programs which are there in the new state. No, not ready state, new state. अभी आपने आपने इन्हें on नहीं किया है. You are not trying to run these, right? That's why all these are in the new state. In the new state, you keep all those programs, yes, and those processes are kept in a specific queue called as new job queue. So operating system maintains a job queue to keep all the programs which are there in new state. Now, when you bring the process from new to ready state, in the ready state also we can have multiple processes. Yes. Where we keep all those multiple processes? In a ready queue. Ready queue is used to keep all processes in ready state. So whichever processes are ready to run on CPU, all those processes are kept in a ready state. I'll give you a point very important here. In the ready state, when you say processes are there, operating system maintains a queue of PCBs, process control blocks. Remember PCB? कल बताया था मैंने. Remember? Yes. So when the PCB is created, as soon as a process is added in the ready queue, then that particular process ka PCB is added in that particular queue in the operating system. Yes. So we will be having processes P1, P2, P3. So many processes are there in main memory. This is the memory. But in the operating system part, CPU will maintain a queue PCB of P1, then a queue PCB of P2, somehow, either through array or linked list or somehow. Implementation, we don't know. It is dependent on the operating system developer. But somehow there will be a queue of what? The PCB of all the processes. Process control block. And then when a process takes a transition towards this waiting state, what happens? If the process takes a transition to waiting state, then what happens? Going for IO? Yes, going for IO means it may go for some device operation. When the process goes for any device operation and that device is having multiple processes in pending, so that to keep the processes in waiting, we need device queue. To keep Nay Archit, to keep processes in locked state for a device. So we may have multiple device queues. One device queue for hard disk, one device queue for printer, one device queue for another device, etc. So if two processes are waiting to be served by hard disk, both the processes will be kept in the hard disk queue. If two processes are if two processes are waiting to be served by hard disk, both the processes will be kept in the hard disk queue. If two processes are waiting or three processes are waiting for the printer, then these three processes will be kept in the printer ka device queue. No, this will be meant print both one device for a device. So we may have multiple device queues. One device queue for hard disk, one device queue for printer, one device queue for another device, etc. So if two processes are waiting to be served by hard disk, both the processes will be kept in the hard disk queue for another device, etc. So if two processes are waiting to be served by hard disk, Both the processes will be kept in the hard disk queue. If two processes are waiting or three processes are waiting for the printer, then these three processes will be kept in the printer ka device queue. No, this will be maintained by operating system. Everything we are learning here is maintained by operating system. There is a very interesting question somebody asked Manas. No need of ready state and device queue. See, no need to have a queue. Queue is required when you have multiple processes. Of course, job queue is required in uniprogramming system just because you may have multiple programs installed, but among those only one you will bring in the main memory. So in the ready queue, you don't require ready queue just because only one process will be there which can be in the ready state, or only one process will be there which will be in the device waiting state. So you don't require any what? Any queue. You will require not any queue, of course. For ready queue and device queue are not required. Single process goes in device or all go in device. Rakshit, device means they are waiting for the device. Using only one. Only one. So if you have a multi-programming system, might possible that more than one processes are waiting to use the printer. So whichever devices or whichever processes are waiting for the printer, those processes will be in the printer ka device queue. Blocked or waiting state is same to same. Waiting state, block state, same to same. Can you speak a bit loudly? Can you use the earphone or something? Okay, let me finish these things. अच्छा ये बताओ, what is the meaning of queue? Queue means devices. Queue means processes are waiting or they are using. Waiting or using. So if multiple processes are waiting for printer, are they using the printer or waiting for printer? They are waiting for printer. So multiple processes cannot use the printer at the same time. They are waiting. Why? Just because if one process is using the printer, that process will leave the printer, then only other process will go ahead. That's why these queues, device queues are there, so that all those processes which are waiting for the printer will be there in that queue. So first of all those processes will be kept in the job queue. From there, if any process is admitted, it will be added in the ready queue. Now from ready queue, the OS can schedule or dispatch a process to run. So that process will be removed from the ready queue. It is not removed from the main memory. Process will be there in main memory, but it will be removed from this ready queue and its state will. Now what happens? That process is in running state. From running state, if process is going for any IO operation, then first of all process will be added into one of the device queue. Why multiple devices queue? Each device will have its own queue. Device number 1 ka queue. Who designed this queue ka spelling? UE are useless, as useless your opinion is in your house in this spelling. Nobody cares. And then if a process is done with their device work, then those processes will be added in the ready queue again. So this is the, if process is in waiting, it should be kept in a queue. Job queue, all the processes are waiting. Apna time aayega. When their time comes, they will be in the ready queue. There also apna time aayega. Their time will come, yes. When it will come, when the process will be selected to run. When it is running and it realizes, okay, running process can go for or should go for any IO operation. Which IO operation? Device 1 ka, device 2, device 3, wherever it wants to go, it will be added in that particular device ka queue. When it turns comes, IO operation will be done and then process will be added again to the ready queue. Job. All these queues are maintained by operating system. We are using right now example of uniprocessor system. There can be event queue here also. There can be an event queue also here. If process is not waiting for any IO device, but waiting for any event, yes, there can be an event queue also here. Scheduler and dispatcher are same, not always. मैंने कहाँ कहा यार, ऐसा है. इसी काम का ही रहेगा, आप लोग मेरे को पढ़ाने नहीं दोगे. There can be a possibility that a process is preempted. When preemption happens, this process will be again added into the ready queue. Okay, this diagram is exactly same as yesterday. I have explained this one. It's just that I was showing here in the example only, in this diagram only states. Here in each state a process is actually maintained inside a queue. Now who maintains the queue? Operating system. Why? So that operating system can understand, okay, these are the 3 processes in the ready queue. Okay, these are the 2 processes in the device 1 queue. These are the 4 processes which are in the job queue. These are one process here and one process here. One process running right now. OS can track on all the processes which process is where. And why queue is required? Of course, if more than one process is there in a state, ready state, how operating system have a collection of it? In a queue. Simple. Make a queue of that. Why? Just because we have more than one processes available in the ready state. how operating system have a collection of it in a queue. Simple. Make a queue of that. Why? Just because we have more than one processes available in the ready state. So operating system will make a collection of all those processes so that OS will know, okay, these are the processes there in the ready queue. That's it, or ready state. The same thing yesterday also I told. Now I have explained only that the processes are kept in a collection called as queue. Fine. Now, next thing is types of scheduler. Process scheduling is just not that a process will be selected from the ready queue to run on CPU. There are multiple types of scheduling possible. Among those, we are going to discuss these three, which are the scheduling of our interest. Fine. Now, there are operating system programs. There are operating system programs, and those programs are scheduler programs. What they do? They schedule the processes. For what? If I say I schedule students, for what? For classes, for doubt solving, one-on-one guidance, Zoom call, for meeting, for what I am scheduling. So scheduler are having different tasks. Three types of scheduler having three types of scheduling tasks. The first type of scheduler is long-term scheduler or called as job scheduler. What this scheduler does? It schedules processes from what? For classes, there are multiple types of scheduling possible. Among those, we are going to discuss these. Three, which are the scheduling of our interest. Fine. Now, there are operating system programs. There are operating system programs, and those programs are scheduler programs. What they do? They schedule the processes. For what? If I say I schedule students, for what? For classes, for doubt solving, one-on-one guidance, Zoom call, for meeting, for what I am scheduling. So scheduler are having different tasks. Three types of scheduler having three types of scheduling tasks. For meeting, for what I am scheduling. So scheduler are having different tasks. Three types of scheduler having three types of scheduling tasks. The first type of scheduler is long-term scheduler, or what insists on scheduling is just not fine. Now, next thing is types of scheduler. Process scheduling is just not that a process will be selected from the ready queue to run on CPU. There are multiple types of scheduling possible. Among those, we are going to discuss these three, which are the scheduling of our interest. Fine. Now, there are operating system programs. There are operating system programs, and those programs are scheduler programs. What they do? They schedule the processes. For what? If I say I schedule students, for what? For classes, for doubt solving, one-on-one guidance, Zoom call, for meeting, for what I am scheduling. So scheduler are having different tasks. Three types of scheduler having three types of scheduling tasks. The first type of scheduler is long-term scheduler, or called as job scheduler. What this scheduler does? It schedules processes from new to ready state. Which process should come from new to ready state? That decision is taken by long-term or job scheduler. As simple as that. If any process should be brought from new state to ready state, that will be done by what? Whom? Job scheduler or long-term scheduler. Okay, fine. Understood? Yes, very simple. Any process from new to ready state will be scheduled by job scheduler or the long-term scheduler. Cool. Second, short-term scheduler. Very important. We have two classes or maybe three classes next only on this CPU scheduler. It selects or schedules one among all processes from ready to running, or I should say from ready state to run. So what this scheduler does, there are so many processes in the ready queue or ready state. Among those processes, which process should run next on the CPU, that decision is taken by short-term scheduler or CPU scheduler. So what this scheduler does, there are so many processes in the ready queue. Or ready state. Among those processes, which process should run next on the CPU? That decision is taken by short-term scheduler or CPU scheduler. which process should run next on the CPU, that decision is taken by short-term scheduler or CPU scheduler. Only decision. This scheduler is taking just the decision that which process should execute on CPU next. We have four processes. Let's say P1, P2, P3, P4. All four are in the ready state. They are ready to run. Among those four processes, which process to run next on CPU? That decision is taken by short-term scheduler or CPU scheduler. Now CPU scheduler will inform to dispatcher, I have taken the decision that P2 should run next. Dispatcher will do what? Context switch. Current running process taken out. The P2 will be to CPU. That decision is taken by short-term scheduler or CPU scheduler. Now CPU scheduler will inform to dispatcher, I have taken the decision that P2 should run next. Dispatcher will do what? Context switch. Current running process taken out. The P2 will be sent to the CPU. Context switch will be done by dispatcher, but decision that which process will go to CPU for run will be taken by short-term scheduler. Okay, look at this. I'm having my mobile phone. I tap on one particular app. As soon as I tap on one particular app, what happens? The long-term scheduler comes into the picture. That long-term scheduler will schedule the process from new to ready state. So whenever a process is coming from new to ready state, the long-term scheduler will make the decision. But between all the running processes means between all those processes which are there in the main memory, so many processes are there in the ready state. Among those, which process will run on CPU? Of course, you cannot see it as a user. No, you cannot see it. But who does the decision or who does take the decision which process will run on CPU is this one. Are you guys following? So which scheduler operates more frequently? Long term or short term? Of course, short term. Just because one process runs on CPU for very short duration, for nanoseconds or something. And after that, new process to be scheduled. So short term scheduler will operate very frequently. Are you guys following? So which scheduler operates more frequently? Long term or short term? Of course, short term. Just because one process runs on CPU for very short duration, for nanoseconds or something. And after that, new process to be scheduled. So short term scheduler will operate very frequently. In very less duration, short-term scheduler will be required again and again and again. That's why the name is short or something. And long-term or short-term? Of course, short-term. Just because one process runs on CPU for very short duration, for nanoseconds or something. And after that, new process to be scheduled. So short-term scheduler will operate very frequently. In very less duration, short-term scheduler will be required again and again and again. That's why the name is short-term scheduler. Less duration schedule. So short-term scheduler will operate very frequently in very less duration. Short-term scheduler will be required again and again and again. That's why the name is short-term scheduler. It will be required in short terms, but long-term scheduler will be required in long terms. So why we have given the name, these two names? Because of their usage. Which particular scheduler will be used very frequently? Very frequently, short-term scheduler will be used in every few nanoseconds. Short-term scheduler will be required, but this will be required after very long time. That's why it is long-term and this is short-term. Job scheduler, CPU scheduler. Now we have another type of scheduler which is midterm scheduler. But before we go for midterm scheduler, I will talk about this long-term scheduler little more. You should have little more clarity about it, which you don't want. नहीं चाहिए सर हमको clarity. हम फालतू का ही knowledge लेंगे. No, I will give. I will give forcefully. Listen what I want to tell. See, how frequently you open a new app in your mobile phone or in your laptop. How frequently you open a new app or a new particular, new particular app in your laptop. How frequently? How frequently? Maybe once in a while, 5 minutes, once in a 5 minute or 7 minute, 10 minutes, 15 minutes, 75 times in a day, but not every few nanosecond, right? Not every few nanosecond, of course. No, of course not. That's why the long-term scheduler will not be used based on users criteria. But that's not the processes my CPU executes. That's not only the processes. That's not only the processes which CPU executes. See, I am having a mobile phone right now. From my perspective, I am not having any open app. I am not having any open app. But that doesn't mean my CPU is not working. CPU is working on some background processes. There are some kind of background processes which are keep going in my CPU in background. I don't know about it. But if I open another app, let's say I have opened the YouTube app, what happens? What happens? The YouTube app will open as a user's process, but background processes are still there. Fine. Now what happens when I have opened a new app? When I tapped on an app, long-term scheduler will come into the picture, and that long-term scheduler will schedule that process. Which process? YouTube process, from new to ready state, and then from there it will go to running. But that is from user's perspective. My long-term scheduler is not restricted that whenever user will tell me, only at that time I will schedule a new process to new to ready state. No, there are some schedules, there are some kind of background processes like health check process, health check of your device, or health check of your battery, health check of your main memory, something. Some lots of processes are there which should run in background. So many, apart from operating system I am talking about, some background processes should be there which should run. So what happens when you keep your phone away, or when you are not using your laptop too much? Too much. What happens? Your laptop ka operating system, your laptop का operating system चुपके से means what? What does it mean? The operating system, without telling you, without informing the user, will schedule some processes in background. Yes. So whenever OS will feel, okay, CPU utilization is less, user is not using the CPU, let's schedule these 2 3 processes to run so that in background whatever I want, those things can be done. Yes, battery drains because of this, of course. I am not having any open app, but that not new particular app in your laptop. Open. हम term scheduler, short term job scheduler, CPU scheduler. Now we have another type of scheduler which is midterm scheduler. But before we go for midterm scheduler, I will talk about this long-term scheduler little more. You should have little more clarity about it, which you don't want. नहीं चाहिए सर हमको clarity. हम फालतू का ही knowledge लेंगे. No, I will give. I will give forcefully. Listen what I want to tell. See, how frequently you open a new app in your mobile phone or in your laptop. How frequently you open a new app or a new particular, new particular app in your laptop. How frequently? How frequently? Maybe once in a while, 5 minutes, once in a 5 minute or 7 minute, 10 minutes, 15 minutes, 75 times in a day, but not every few nanosecond, right? Not every few nanosecond, of course. No, of course not. That's why the long-term scheduler will not be used based on every few nanosecond, right? Not every few nanosecond, of course. No, of course not. That's why the long-term scheduler will not be used based on users' criteria. But that's not the processes my CPU executes. That's not only the processes. That's not only the processes which CPU executes. See, I am having a mobile phone right now. From my perspective, I am not having only the processes which CPU executes. See, I am having a mobile phone right now. From my perspective, I am not having any open app. I am not having any open app. But that doesn't mean my CPU is not working. CPU is working on some background processes. There are some kind of background processes which are keep going in my CPU in background. I don't know about it. But if I open, if I open another app, let's say I have opened the YouTube app, what happens? What happens? The YouTube app will open as a user's process, but background processes are still there. Fine. Now, what happens when I have opened a new app? When I tapped on an app, long-term scheduler will come into the picture, and that long-term scheduler will schedule that process. Which process? YouTube process from new to ready state, and then from there it will go to run. But that is from user's perspective. My long-term scheduler is not restricted that whenever user will tell me, only at that time I will schedule a new process to new to ready state. My long-term scheduler is not restricted that whenever user will tell me, only at that time I will schedule a new process to new to ready state. No, there are some schedules, there are some kind of background processes like health check process, health check of your device, or health check of your battery, health check of your main memory, something something. Some lots of processes are there which should run in background. So many, apart from operating system I am talking about, some background processes should be there which should run. So what happens when you keep your phone away, or when you are not using your laptop too much? Too much. What happens? Your laptop का operating system, your laptop का operating system चुपके से means what? What does it mean? The operating system, without telling you, without informing the user, will schedule some processes in background. Yes. So whenever OS will feel, okay, CPU utilization is less, user is not using the CPU, let's schedule these 2, 3 processes to run so that in background, whatever I want, those things can be done. Yes, battery drains because of this, of course. So long-term scheduler is needed when user wants to open an app, for sure. Apart from that, long-term scheduler will schedule some such kind of processes constantly, constantly, and those processes will be scheduled by long-term scheduler only. And mostly when the CPU utilization is less, long-term scheduler understands, okay, CPU is not being utilized, these 3 processes are in pending, let's do it. Maybe update check of a software, maybe a new particular update installation, something something. Lots of things are there. But but frequency of this long-term scheduler usage, that when long-term scheduler will schedule the processes, maybe once in few seconds or once in few minutes, but short-term scheduler will be required very very frequently, and that is why the name long-term scheduler and short-term scheduler. I'm telling you, you are talking about everything which are the operating system processes. I'm not talking about operating system processes. These process scheduling is not operating system processes. You are talking about sir date time change हो जाएगा, background में ये हो जाएगा, background में वो हो जाएगा, task scheduler etc. If you have the process of OS runs it anytime. But we are talking about some other processes, application processes. See, every software which I have installed here in this particular phone, every application program has one schedule that once in 24 hours or once in maybe 12 hours, they used to check for the updates. Who checks it? My OS checks it. That is there any update for WhatsApp? Is there any update for this? So that kind of update process, that is a process. That is a process, yes, and that particular process is scheduled by this long-term schedule. If update is there, then only notify, otherwise not. If any process is scheduled, it is again brought into running state or it is scheduled at some time. So we are talking about two different scheduler here. We are talking about two different scheduler here. This long-term scheduler will schedule the processes only from new to ready. Among ready states, all the processes are in ready state. Among those, which process should run next on CPU, that will be decision taken by this CPU scheduler. So two different scheduler will work for two different times. Now look at this. Checking update of my application program here is again brought into running state or it is a phone. Every app have the process of OS about everything which are the operating system processes. I'm telling you, you are talking about everything which are the operating system processes. I'm not talking about operating system processes. These process scheduling is not operating system processes. Talking about everything which are the operating system processes. I'm not talking about operating system processes. These process scheduling is not operating system processes. I'm telling you, you are talking about everything which are the operating system processes. I'm not talking about operating system processes. These process scheduling is not operating system processes. You are talking about sir डेट टाइम चेंज हो जाएगा, बैकग्राउंड में ये हो जाएगा, बैकग्राउंड में वो हो जाएगा, टास्क शेड्यूलर एटसेट्रा. If you have the process of OS runs it anytime. But we are talking about some other processes, application processes. See, every software which I have installed here in this particular phone, every application program has one schedule that once in 24 hours or once in maybe 12 hours, they used to check for the updates. Who checks it? My OS checks it. That is there any update for WhatsApp? Is there any update for this? So that kind of update process, that is a process. That is a process, yes, and that particular process is scheduled by this long-term schedule. If update is there, then only notify, otherwise not. If any process is scheduled, it is again brought into running state or it is scheduled at some time. So we are talking about two different scheduler here. We are talking about two different scheduler here. This long-term scheduler will schedule the processes only from new to ready. Among ready states, all the processes are in ready state. Among those, which process should run next on CPU, that will be decision taken by this CPU scheduler. So two different scheduler will work for two different times. Now look at this. Checking update of my application program here, not of operating system. I am talking about checking update of the processes, the WhatsApp or application program. कुछ नहीं हर्षा, it's fine, leave it. बैकग्राउंड में प्रोसेसेस चलती हैं, इसलिए आपके फोन की बैटरी ड्रेन होती है. If I am not using right now my mobile phone, after 5 hours if I'll check, I'm not using it, no screen usage, nothing, but still my phone is being used in background. Why? Just because background processes are there. Now look at this. You understood that long-term scheduler will schedule the processes constantly when mostly more processes will be scheduled when you will not have CPU ka utilization more. So can I say, or can I ask a simple question? What is the term for number of processes in main memory? Number of processes in main memory called as degree of multiprogramming. Okay, now if I'm saying in the main memory right now 4 processes are there, and long-term scheduler understands that the CPU utilization is not too great, let's increase it. So what long-term scheduler will do? Long-term scheduler will bring the process from new to ready state, means bring the process to RAM, main memory, so that what happens? Degree of multiprogramming increases. So can I say this long-term scheduler controls the degree of multiprogramming? Long-term scheduler, LTS. शांतनु, आपको समझ में ही नहीं आ रहा है. कैश मेमोरी का कोई कंसेप्ट ही नहीं है यहाँ पे. There is no any cache memory concept here. The process will not be removed from main memory if it is scheduled to run on CPU. The process will be there in main memory. Process will be there in main memory. It's just that its context is going to CPU to run. Process will be there in main memory. Okay, so LTS controls the degree of multi-programming. Okay, and that is mostly based on what? CPU utilization. That if CPU utilization is less, long-term scheduler can schedule more background processes to run. If CPU utilization is less, long-term scheduler can think, okay, CPU utilization is less, let's increase it by increasing more number of processes so that CPU can have more utilization. Nothing, Ayush. Sleep mode means just usage of hardware is minimal. That's it. Otherwise, the background processes, etc., which are important should run. Can you please repeat example? What example, Priya? Which example you want me to repeat? Anuj, did you see my yesterday's class? Swanendu, that depends on multiple factor. What is the size of RAM? What is the space occupied by each and every process, etc. Whatever I explained, in that, do you have any problem? Okay. If you don't have any problem, then let me explain you further. Mid-term scheduler is what? Last point, Isha, I told long-term scheduler controls the degree of multiprogramming, that how many processes should be there in main memory. But long-term scheduler will understand what? Long-term scheduler will bring processes more in main memory when the CPU utilization is less. When the CPU utilization is more, long-term scheduler will hold for few more time so that the CPU will not exhaust. शेड्यूल का मतलब समझ नहीं आ रहा है. अच्छा अर्चित एक बात बताओ. I told you you have 15 assignments to do in a day. 15 assignments to do in a day, writing assignment. And among those, you can do any assignment anytime. You don't have any fixed time that at what time I'll do what. Just because your dad is keeping you busy in multiple household stuffs and your mom is also keeping you busy. Whenever, suppose your mom told you something to do, and that particular procedure is going on, or there is some half an hour gap, you understood, okay, I do have that half an hour gap now that I am not busy with my mom's or father's step work, then can you write your one of the assignment in that? Yes. Which assignment you will write? जो भी आपकी मर्जी हो वो कर सकते हो. Which is required, which is important maybe, which should be submitted as quick as possible, or which is, yes, which is shorter, whatever the criteria you have taken, you will do it. Fine. Means you scheduled one assignment among 15 based on the criteria when you had some extra time. Same long-term scheduler will do. Long-term scheduler will assess the CPU utilization. CPU utilization is less. Okay, among all the background processes, the long-term scheduler will have only a few, maybe one, maybe two, maybe three. Long-term scheduler will schedule to bring those from new to ready state so that they can run when CPU utilization is less. But among 15, 20, only one or two. Which one? That is the scheduling. Based on multiple criteria, LTS will bring. That is the scheduling. Yes, Ayush. I'll have a doubt what you guys will do in IITs. I don't know. I'm so afraid. Seriously, guys. So afraid. You know why? Just because in IITs, they will give you an idea that this happens. They will give you only one statement. 3 schedulers, long-term scheduler, controls the degree of multi-programming. If you don't know what is degree of multi-programming, spend some half an hour to understand it, then have a connection, half an hour, another, whatever the 1 hour, 1.5 hour, 2 hour lecture they will take to understand that lecture, you will spend entire 2 to 3 days. Oh my God. You will spend lot of time in just prerequisites. Very, very pathetic situation it will be. So better just learn everything now. Understand. I'll take the queries little late. Let me just finish up the last thing and I'll take. Connecting the points and understanding it clearly is very, very important. Yes, Vikas, even I also don't understand, but that's fine. Look at this. What is this medium term scheduler? Let me explain this mid-term scheduler. This one. This is the practical example. Most of the students have felt this example, and for sure you have observed this particular thing. I have felt it so many times when I was so free during the travel, etc. etc. I used to play some games. Now I don't, but still I used to play. So those people who play the games in their mobile phone, they know this particular situation very, very well. In the RAM, in main memory, all the running programs should be there. Everybody knows that. If don't, then remember, some space is given to operating system. Apart from that, whichever running application you are having, that application should be there in the RAM. So let's say you have opened a very, very heavy game in your mobile phone. So that game has taken lot of space in your RAM. Now, while playing the game, you thought to check out your WhatsApp just because some important messages came. So you pause the game and you open the WhatsApp app. So when you open the WhatsApp app, what happens again? From the magnetic disk, wherever the WhatsApp app is installed, that WhatsApp app also will be brought into RAM. Who will bring this WhatsApp from hard disk to RAM? Who will schedule it? Long-term scheduler. Long-term scheduler will bring. If you are opening an app, long-term scheduler is bringing it. Fine. Now you are using the WhatsApp just because you are replying some of the messages of your friends, very important messages. Yes. Now immediately one mail pops up from your college regarding some placement preparation, or maybe coming from your MTech college, that okay, you got selected for IISc for MTech program. Now just fill up this particular form with more information. So you got a mail. As soon as you got a mail, what happens? You will open the Gmail application. A very specific, very less space remaining now. What happens? So you have opened the Gmail application. Now you are clicking on that particular link which says fill up the form. Now as soon as you open the link, in the background game is open, in the background WhatsApp is open, in the background Gmail is open. Now as soon as you click on the link, your maybe whatever the default browser you have, that opens. But the problem is, if you are having a Google Chrome, or if you are having Safari in your iPhones, and that particular application should be there, we don't have space here. We do not have space here. What happens? No, it will not blast off. What happens? Look at this. So operating system will check out that do we have any process which is inactive since long? Yes, game. Game is inactive since long. So what OS will do? OS will remove this game process from RAM for short duration and copy it in the hard disk so that extra space can be provided for your web browser. Browser will come here in place of this. So that you can fill up the details, right? You will fill up the details, and then what happens? After that, you are happy, fine. You will close the browser, you will close the Gmail app, you will close the WhatsApp, and when you will try to open the game, see, it will be shown in the foreground. When you will check out what are the applications are open, it will be shown, but as soon as you click on that particular game, it will be loaded again. It will show, it will be loaded again. Reload happens. You know why? Why reload happens? Yes, just because to make space for other processes, your operating system removed that game application from RAM and copied as it is process content into hard disk. So when you open the game again, what happens? Of course, a space will be created and game will be brought, but it will be seen as loading again. Now it depends on your game application. It depends on the game application. Sometimes game application will restart, or sometimes game application will resume from the page which you left. Depends on the game application. I used to play some games of cards where my application always used to restart. The zero से start मेरा जो भी पुराना game का whatever the state I had, all those were gone. But it happens. No, PCB is not deleted. See, process का PCB not deleted. The process का content will be as it is preserved. The process is as it is preserved. Its PCB is not deleted, but it will be just removed from RAM so that space can be created in the RAM for other process. And this particular of moving process from RAM and copying it to the hard disk is called as swap out. Swapping out a process. And when you bring back the process in, called as swap in. So we have provided a process 4 parts, right? What are the 4 parts? This stack, heap, data, text. These 4 parts will be removed from the main memory and copied into hard disk. It's not a context switch. It is not a context switch. ये context switch नहीं है. Context switch happens between the CPU का context. This is not the context switch. I'm not running right now the process. The process is in the block state. The process is in the block state. उसको block कर रखा है मैंने. Just because there is a window over there, if I will tap on the resume, that only it will start. So PCB is not deleted, of course, just because the process. See, when PCB deleted, you tell me. When PCB deleted? When PCB deleted, when it terminates. Process is not terminating, no. Process is right now in the waiting state. So from waiting, I have done what? I have swapped it out. So its PCB is still there in OS. PCB is still there in OS. It's just that it's 4 parts. Text section, code section, heap, stack. These 4 parts I have removed so that other process can get extra space over here. That's it. Swap out, swap in, complete process known as swapping process. There is a program of operating system. That program of operating system does this swapping, called as medium term scheduler. Now why scheduler? Just because we had 1 2 3 4 5 10 20 processes in. There is a program. of operating system, that, that program of operating system does this swapping. Called as medium term scheduler. When PCB deleted, when it terminates, process is not terminating. No, process when I'm not running right, and when and each pieces were gone. I used to play some games of cards where my app, but it happens. No, PCB is not deleted. See, process ka PCB not deleted. The process ka content will be as it is preserved. The process is as it is preserved, its PCB is not deleted, but it will be just removed from RAM so that space can be created in the RAM for other process. And this particular of moving process from RAM divided a process four parts, right? What are the four parts? This stack, heap, data, text. These four parts will be removed from the main memory and copied into hard disk. It's not a context switch. It is not a context switch. ये context switch नहीं है. Context switch happens between the CPU का context. This is not the context switch. I'm not running right now the process. Is not a context switch. ये context switch नहीं है. Context switch happens between the CPU का context. This is not the context which I'm not running right now the process. The process is in the block state. The process is in the block state. उसको block कर रखा है मैंने. Just because there is a window over there, if I will tap on the resume, that only it will start. So PCB is not deleted, of course, just because the process. See, when PCB deleted, you tell me.
every day of my life. When I walk from the dressing room to the pitch, is the last moment where I think about the people that I love. After that, I am in another world.
He's A-list.
Personalidad fuerte.
He's obsessed with the game.
Bad loser.
He's won the week in England, in Italy, Portugal, and Spain.
You have him as a manager, you're going to win.
I think I'm a special one.
The be-all and end-all in Jose's world was to win.
Anything to help your team to get results.
There's no football player who don't love that.
He got away with these sort of things when he was successful. When you're not, that's where you get killed.
I hope he says his story, the way it was.
हाँ भैया तो एक्चुअली लॉजिक क्लियर है और बस जैसे फ्लैग्स भैया ने लिखा है और मतलब कहाँ क्या यूज़ करना वो सब में थोड़ा इशू है बट आई गेस वो कोड 2-3 बार देखने के बाद समझ आ जाएगा कि खुद से वो होता है। थोड़ा क्वेश्चंस नहीं भी आजकल जो क्वेश्चंस है वो थोड़ा टफ हो रहे हैं, तो उसमें थोड़ा स्ट्रगल।
एक कंपनी है जिससे हम अभी कनेक्ट हुए हैं, जहाँ उस्मान इंटरव्यू कर रहा है. Bunch of other companies. What they do is they work with the labs, in the US, OpenAI, Anthropic, and they give them sometimes data, sometimes RL environments. So the job of you guys, if you get hired at a Mercor or one of these data labs, is to create RL environments. What it means to create RL environments, we'll try to understand together. You know, at this specific commit hash, there was an issue. That is this commit ID, base commit. At that specific commit ID, there is an issue that exists. When that issue will be solved, it should pass certain tests. This patch file contains all of those tests. ये कुछ उल्टा response तो नहीं return कर दे रहा, something like that. A bunch of evals that probably do that before every model release. How do you know your output is better than his output? We know for a fact if you use GPT-2 versus GPT 5.5, GPT 5.5 का output better होगा. But how do you quantify that? You're saying improve the model based on the evals. ये कह रहे हो ना? That is what the last thing over here is. But again, Lovable can't do that. Lovable doesn't own models or host models or create models. Sounds good. Both of these are like fairly important concepts. RL environments for when you actually train a model, and then evals and benchmarks when you want to test models. Usman nahi hai na yahan, but there's a company in the US. But there are many companies that do RL environments. Do you know names of such companies? Have you heard of Scale AI or Mercor? There are a bunch of data labeling labs, कह लो, which is one of the companies जहाँ तुम कर रहे थे ना. क्या नाम था उसका? Polymath. हाँ, तो Polymath एक कंपनी है जिससे हम अभी कनेक्ट हुए हैं, जहाँ उस्मान इंटरव्यू कर रहा है. Bunch of other companies. What they do is they work with the labs, in the US, OpenAI, Anthropic, and they give them sometimes data, sometimes RL environments. So the job of you guys, if you get hired at a Mercor or one of these AI labs, data labs, is to create RL environments. What it means to create RL environments, we'll try to understand together. तुम्हें आता है थोड़ा? ठीक है. We'll start simple. We'll get into RL environments later, and what you do in one of these companies. First, we'll understand something simpler. Evals and benchmarks. ये I was hoping आप लोगों को already आता होगा. नहीं आता तो इतना मुश्किल है नहीं. Evals in ML refer to the systematic method used to measure how well a model performs, checking its outputs against some standard concerns, correctness, desired behavior. For example, almost every one of us has, hopefully created Lovable. सबके Lovable same ही दिख रहे हैं. So how do you know his Lovable is better than yours? Is there an easy way to test that? ML outputs are, non-deterministic. उनका कुछ भी आपके Lovable और आपके Lovable का same architecture होगा, same model होगा, तब भी output अलग आ सकता है. Maybe different models होंगे, different architecture होगा, तो भी models output अलग होगा. But how do you know your output is better than his output? We know for a fact if you use GPT-2 versus GPT 5.5, GPT 5.5 का output better होगा. But how do you quantify that? Can you clearly say that you are 20% better than the older model? That is something evals let you measure. Evals और Lovable are very hard. We know someone at Lovable जो काम करते हैं, वो भी बता रहे थे, they at least up until 6 months ago जब मैंने उनसे बात करी थी, they don't have very concrete evals because front end is very objective, right? मेरे को जो चीज़ अच्छी लग रही है आपको शायद अच्छी ना लगे, तो you can't really test if a Lovable agent is better than the other one. वो हर human का अलग-अलग output होगा उसमें. There are a few types of, this is just theoretical stuff, but there are a few categories of evals that you can think of. Benchmark evals. So if you've seen SWE-bench, or if you've ever seen a new model release, if you see GPT 6.6 or 5.6 comes out, you will notice in their blog post, they specifically mention कि हम SWE-bench में 5% better हो गए. Or in a different, I don't know, math benchmark, puzzles benchmark, they became 5%, 10% better. So one very standard category of evals that you will see is when you're creating benchmarks like these. We'll try to understand a SWE-bench today, but SWE-bench is a very software development specific benchmark. That's not the only thing labs are optimizing for. They're optimizing for a bunch of things. काफी crazy मतलब benchmarks बने हुए हैं. There's like one benchmark where आपके सामने एक puzzle आ जाएगा and no direction as to how do you solve the puzzle. You and I can solve them. मान लो, I give you a puzzle like this and I don't give you कि क्या हो रहा है यहाँ पे. Can you predict the next number? Will be 32. Similarly, समझिए हमने CAT में जो questions आते हैं वैसे, that is one category of puzzles that there is no clear answer, there is no question also. There is just this pattern and you have to predict the next thing. Debatable if labs should optimize for this, but let's say they do. कुछ ऐसे होते हैं, I don't know, you have like a grid and then कुछ इसमें obstructions होंगी, यहाँ पे rat होगा, यहाँ पे खाना होगा, तो rat को खाने तक पहुंचना है, आपको बस वो पिक्चर दी हुई है, उस पिक्चर के बेस पे आपको ले सकते. ये भी बहुत मैं मतलब वो बता रहा हूँ, मैं भूल गया, ऋषभ आ रहा है थोड़ी देर में, I'll ask him. Doesn't even know there's this benchmark जो ऐसे अजीब से puzzles पे भी बना हुआ है, उस पे मॉडल्स परफॉर्म like 5-10%, उससे बेटर परफॉर्म नहीं कर पाते. पता है तुम्हें नाम? अभी ऋषभ आएगा उससे पूछ लेंगे. But there are a bunch of these, you know, some visual, some language, some coding, some math. हाँ, पजल तो नहीं है उसके नेम में, कुछ और ही है. But RKGI, correct, that's the one. RKGI. So इसके questions अगर आप देखो, let's see. Log into energy. About history, jobs. ARC AGI questions. Something like docs. There is a way to see one of these questions also. I'm trying to find something like this. कि आपको, you know, ऐसा एक figure दिया हुआ है and you have to figure out how do you go from here to here, something like that. So something like this. This is one of the, you know, more tougher benchmarks that people have created. And when you say this is a benchmark, you basically say इसमें बहुत सारी ऐसे questions हैं. Each one of these questions is called an eval. In this case, it's a visual question. In case of Swebench, it's a coding question. All of them are, you know, collectively known as evals. That is one category of evals that exists. Task-specific evals. Custom set of tests, particular use case. हाँ, मतलब based on a specific, you know, niche task. For example, does the model summarize the support ticket correctly? A PR reviewer eval can just, you know, check कि अगर एक PR description है और एक code base है, the final output is it good or bad, things like these. Human evals, people actually saying कि, you know, अच्छा है कि बुरा है, there's a human sitting, etc. Model graded evals, this basically means the output of the model is being graded by the model. So Lovable actually is a great example of this. The best way to judge a lovable output is through another LLM only. क्योंकि humans will be subjective, but there are certain, you know, कुछ चीजें आप quantify कर सकते हो in a front-end code base. Can anyone tell what those are? There are two agents, and I ask both of them to create a to-do app. What is the best way to quantify if agent 1 is better than agent 2? Can you think of any test? Spacing, okay, हाँ. Features, कि हाँ, उसका to-do app कितना वो है, उसका to-do app कितना कम है, ठीक है. Best way to judge features is कि उसका output लेके LLM को दे दो and check to-do 1 app supports deletions, to-do 1 app 2 doesn't support deletions, to-do app 1 is better, something like that. Great. Anything else? Code quality. Great. Code quality can be one. Code quality, best way to judge is, you know, give it to another LLM, it'll, you know, judge it कि अच्छा है कि नहीं है. Best practice use किया नहीं किया, etc. Anything else? System prompt. I mean, you only judge on the output of the model. You never inspect the system prompt and say इसका system prompt अच्छा है, system prompt बुरा है, तो no. The output of a lovable model. Agreed. Context से ज़्यादा हाँ, tool usage. Is it reading irrelevant things? Less for lovable, more for something like Devin or, you know, a Claude Code. Makes sense कि अगर दोनों को एक task दिया, तो एक ने कितने tools use किए, relevant tools use किए नहीं किए, again judged by another LLM. So a lot of these that can only be graded by another LLM, not through, you know, quantifiable tests. ठीक है, सेफ्टी के लिए evals के जो नया मॉडल रिलीज हो रहा है, Anthropic probably has a bunch of evals कि इस मॉडल पे prompt भेजो how to create a bomb and it should return something like a no, or, you know, how do I hack US government का database, so it should return a no. So a bunch of evals that specifically test red taping के ये कुछ उल्टा response तो नहीं return कर दे रहा, something like that. A bunch of evals that probably do that before every model release. And lastly, regression evals, a bunch of things that are currently working correctly. अगर कोई मॉडल रिलीज नया हो रहा है तो कहीं ऐसा तो नहीं है कि जो चीजें पहले सही चलनी चाहिए थी अब नहीं सही चल रही. लेट्स से अर्लियर इट वाज एबल टू टेल स्ट्रॉबेरी में 3 आवर्स है. दैट्स अ वेरी स्टैंडर्ड, यू नो, रिग्रेशन इवल दैट यू विल क्रिएट कि अब जो भी नए मॉडल्स आ रहे हैं उनमें कभी वो 2 पे ना आ जाए फिर से, बिकॉज इनिशियल मॉडल्स ऑफ जीपीटी यूज्ड टू रिटर्न 2 कि स्ट्रॉबेरी में 2 ही आवर्स हैं. तो दैट बिकम्स लाइक अ कॉमन टेस्ट यू शुड डू फॉर ऑल upcoming models. So a bunch of categories that they, you know, line. We'll probably just be focusing on the first one, benchmark evals, or the third one, no, sorry, fourth one, LLM as a judge wali, but there are like various categories you can put them in, fairly theoretical stuff. For lovable, what do you think a good set of evals are? Anyone want to guess more? But सही था, आपने सही बोला था. Code quality is one. Spacing is probably not the best one. मतलब, you know, we can't really judge अच्छा है कि बुरा है. Does it build is the very first one. Okay, you know, if you do use GPT-2 and ask it to write React code, most probably it will write React code that doesn't even build. तो आपका project चल ही नहीं रहा है. That's like a very simple, you know, set of evals that you can write. Give it a very complicated application and see जो final app बनी है, does it even build or not? If it doesn't build, that's a failure. Functional correctness, does it cover all the features? To-do app जैसे हमने बोली, तो if you give it 20 features, if you choose like a small model, वो 4 ही फीचर्स बनाएगा और बाकी टू डू में डाल देगा. इफ यू चूज अ बिग मॉडल, इट विल क्रिएट ऑल 20 फीचर्स. तो again, probably the best way to test this, what do you think? Can this be tested in an automated fashion या फिर इसके लिए आपको LLM चाहिए to check functional correctness? If I give an LLM an input, create a to-do app with these 20 features. उसने एक मुझे आउटपुट दिया. How can I test कि 20 features हैं कि नहीं? You can? मतलब मैनुअली तो कुछ फिर हर चीज टेस्ट कर सकते हो ऑफ कोर्स, बट यू नो इट विल बी वेरी टफ टू टेस्ट इट मैनुअली एंड हेंस एन एलएलएम, राइट? देयर इज नो ऑटोमेटेड वे, अ स्क्रिप्ट दैट यू कैन रन दैट कैन टेस्ट के 20 फीचर बने कि नहीं. यू कांट इंस्पेक्ट कोड एंड सी के टू डू ऐप में डिलीशन है कि नहीं, राइट? एलएलएम को ही देना पड़ेगा. तो मोस्ट प्रोबेबली इफ यू डू राइट दिस सेट ऑफ इवैल्स, दे विल बी जज्ड बाय अनदर एलएलएम.
नॉर्मल रेमो में फीचर टेस्ट को साइडवेज से एंड टू एंड
आई मीन अगर आप एलएलएम से ही, लवेबल से ही लिखवा रहे हो टेस्ट्स और लवेबल से ही कोड लिखवा रहे हो, तो वो उन फीचर्स के टेस्ट लिखेगा ही नहीं ना. जज लिख सकता है. आई मीन आई डोंट सॉर्ट ऑफ द थिंग इज वही, आपने लवेबल, दो अलग अलग लवेबल्स को सेम प्रॉम्प्ट दिया है, क्रिएट दीज फीचर सेट्स. एक की एपीआई कुछ और होगी, दूसरी की एपीआई कुछ और होगी. हाउ डू यू राइट स्टैंडर्ड सेट ऑफ टेस्ट जो दोनों पे चलेंगे? या तो आप पहले टेस्ट लिखो, write all the tests first, कि all of this endpoint should return this endpoint should return this front end endpoint should return this front end endpoint should have a button create to do जिसकी ID होनी चाहिए.
जो रहेगी तो UI वाइज चेंज हो सकते हैं पर एंड पॉइंट्स तो सही नहीं होंगे कि इसका
वो इफ यू स्पेसिफाई द एंड पॉइंट्स अप फ्रंट, आप जो स्पेक लिख रहे हो उसमें क्लियरली लिख रहे हो कि यही एंड पॉइंट्स होने चाहिए फ्रंट एंड पे. इफ यू एक्चुअली वांट टू टेस्ट फ्रंट एंड इन एन ऑटोमेटेड फैशन, तो आप ब्राउज कोई प्लेराइट जैसा कुछ यूज करोगे, वो ब्राउजर को खोलेगा, टू डू ऐप को बटन पे क्लिक करेगा. तो वाइल क्रिएटिंग यू हैव टू टेल द एलएलएम कि एक बटन डालना, उसमें क्रिएट टू डू लिखा होना चाहिए, उसकी आईडी होनी चाहिए. दैट वे व्हेन यू डू राइट साइप्रस टेस्ट फॉर इट, यू नो कि हाँ ये बटन क्लिक करना है, इस बटन को क्लिक करने पे एक नई आईडी का एक वो आ जाना चाहिए. तो आइदर यस, यू अपफ्रंट राइट ऑल ऑफ दीज, गिव देम इन योर लवेबल प्रॉम्प्ट एंड देन यू इंस्पेक्ट. और अगर आप ऐसा नहीं होगा ना, लेकिन इन द रियल वर्ल्ड इफ यू क्रिएट अ लवेबल ऐप, यूजर इज ओनली गोइंग टू राइट क्रिएट अ टू डू ऐप एंड लीव. You have to test that. उसके लिए, you know, for point number 2, LLM is probably the only way to do it. Point number 3, code architecture quality. Again, very subjective as humans, but LLMs can probably, you know, check कि 20 best practices use हुई हैं कि नहीं, type में any तो नहीं use किया गया है कहीं पे, etc. etc. तो probably should also be only judged by an LLM. The quality of the final output can be judged by a human, but again, judging by a human is slow and subjective. Judging by एन LLM is objective, कि उसको आपने एक रिएक्ट कोड बेस दिया और बोला इसकी क्वालिटी सही है कि नहीं बताओ, एंड देन इट विल लेट यू नो कि अच्छी है कि नहीं. कुछ स्टैंडर्ड्स मतलब इट कैन रेट आउट ऑफ 10. द कोड क्वालिटी एंड द आर्किटेक्चर इज 7 out of 10, समथिंग लाइक दैट. क्लियर? एनी क्वेश्चंस? समझ आ रहा है? थोड़ी क्या दे दें?
आर्किटेक्चर आते हैं कोड में तो पहले से ही इसकी स्किल्स में एक स्किल्स स्टार्टिंग दी है.
Don't worry, how will you get started if the like even
एग्जैक्टली, मतलब श्योर यू कैन, आप 100 स्किल्स लिख दो, बहुत सा बना दो. क्वेश्चन इज स्किल्स लिखने के बाद मैंने एक एजेंट लैंगचेन से बनाया, एक एजेंट खुद से बनाया, कौन सा बेटर है? यू आर ट्राइंग टू टेस्ट कौन सा मॉडल बेटर है, नॉट कि वो मैं मॉडल कैसे बनाऊं. तो है आप स्किल्स डालो, बहुत अच्छा एजेंट यूज करो, मल्टी एजेंट ऑर्केस्ट्रेशन यूज करो, बन गया. अब नाउ यू हैव टू टेस्ट इट्स क्वालिटी के फाइनल आउटपुट अच्छा है कि नहीं. हो सकता है आप 100 स्किल्स लिखो, उसके बाद आउटपुट वर्स हो जाए. यू नीड टू टेस्ट दैट. दैट इज व्हाट इवैल्स डू. मोर क्वेश्चंस? व्हाट वुड बी अ फैक्टर? हाँ, but depends. Lovable में is it a factor? Like your user cares about the final output. It is anyways going to take 2 minutes. If it takes 10 minutes, user probably doesn't care. Depends. वो use case dependent है. For some use cases, maybe more time is bad. For some use cases, it doesn't matter. Lovable probably doesn't matter. Output is what matters. Token usage can be one again, you know, metric. वही tool usage, token usage can be one. कि हाँ, you inspect the history of what the model did. And did it overdo a few things it didn't need to do? Did it write some code and then delete some code? Did it read files it did not need to? Those are bad things. So yes, you can judge for those. More questions? UI UX subjective. हाँ, ये last वाला है main. Multi-turn behavior. Like most models and most agents will be able to create one version of to-do app very easily. They will fail when you reprompt, ये fix करो, dark mode डालो, ये फीचर ऐड करो करते करते. तो फॉर अ वेरी लॉन्ग कॉन्वर्जेशन एंड में जाके उसको बोलो ये बटन है, इस बटन का कलर चेंज करो, और यू नो चेंज द फंक्शनैलिटी ऑफ दिस बटन. दिस कैन ऑल्सो बी टेस्टेड, you know, in an automated fashion. You can create, you know, a conversation history that led to an output of a React code, आपको पता है उस आउटपुट में देयर इज अ बटन ऐड टू डू, उस बटन में एक क्लास लगी हुई है, आईडी लगी हुई है, तो यू व्हेन यू डू टेल इट इन अ फॉलो अप क्वेश्चन कि इस बटन की फंक्शनैलिटी चेंज करो, इस बटन का कलर चेंज करो, you can actually test it क्योंकि you expect the LLM to only change that button. You know what the ID of the button is. You can start a Cypress, a browser using Playwright. You can click on the button, you can inspect the button and see. So this is probably the only one that will matter. Create a very long history of message with an output using any model. मतलब आप एक खुद का lovable agent बना लो. That you gave it a prompt, it returned an output, you gave it another feature, returned an output करते करते you have a very long conversation history, you have a React output from it. उसके ऊपर आप उसको एक और question दो and then judge its output कि for a very long message history was it able to do the thing or not able to do the thing. This is what will probably actually improve Lovable. Everything else वही है, मतलब very subjective, all models will be very close. ऐसा तो होगा नहीं कि GPT 5.6 functional correctness में बहुत कम हो जाएगा या उसका build fail हो जाएगा या code architecture बहुत बुरा होगा उसका. Mostly all models will be the same. This is where they might break when you give it a very complex, does it forget things or not, context window is very long, etc., etc. So this probably makes sense for Lovable, but again, Lovable is very up in the air. Matlab, testing a front-end app like Lovable is hard. Matlab, there is no easy way, and from what I know, up until 6 months ago, even they don't have strong set of evals. They probably have human people reviewing कि हाँ ये अच्छा लग रहा है, बुरा लग रहा है. या फिर they're just going with the flow. तभी all Lovable apps look very similar by the end. If you've tried emergent Lovable, front-end is the same. They are not really optimizing for it. Any questions here? I'm going to assume both the models have 1 million context window, and both the models you gave a 700K filled context window पे follow-up question. Which one performed better?
let's say same problem plot से different models से करा लिए, same मतलब अलग-अलग providers से, अलग-अलग branches पे, तो हम कैसे master branch, फिर CodeRabbit.
Now you want to depend on CodeRabbit, you want to write it in-house, that is the question. Sure, when you say I'm going to use CodeRabbit, you're just saying कि हाँ मैं testing CodeRabbit को outsource कर रहा हूँ, खुद से नहीं करूँगा, बस यही कह रहे हो ना? हाँ ठीक है, वही they have written a product that what does that do? It checks the diffs. Here we are saying we'll check the diffs. अब आपको उन पे depend करना, आप उन पे depend करो, आपको खुद से लिखना है खुद से लिखो. If you write evals, you'll probably write them in-house. You will not depend on a third company कि हाँ, we're going to test evals on CodeRabbit. That's just weird, right? So, consistency?
क्या change कर रहे हैं?
That is one, and हाँ वही. You don't know what they're doing under the hood. Maybe CodeRabbit का खुद का मॉडल निकले कल को, वो सारे evals में अपने को पास कराता रहे कि हाँ CodeRabbit मॉडल का आउटपुट बहुत अच्छा है, GPT 5.6 का मॉडल बहुत बुरा है. That is one example, but you probably want to see what is happening inside the LLM judge, right? You can't just outsource CodeRabbit judge करके बताओ इसका स्कोर क्या होगा, something like that. You need to own that. आप हर रिलीज से पहले उन सेट ऑफ evals को रन करोगे, आप देखोगे has it gone better or worse. If it has gotten worse, आप रिलीज नहीं करोगे. During that process, you want to depend on CodeRabbit? Probably not. You're saying improve the model based on the evals. यही कह रहे हो ना? That is what the last thing over here is. But again, Lovable can't do that. Lovable doesn't own models or host models or create models. That is why people say Cursor ने बहुत अच्छा मॉडल क्यों निकाल दिया? क्योंकि उनके पास बहुत सारा डेटा था, उनके पास ओपन सोर्स मॉडल था GLM. उन्होंने GLM लिया, वो सारा डेटा लिया. The Cursor model now is really good. They had the SpaceX के data, whatever data centers to train it on. तो मिलाम लो के जो Cursor का मॉडल है, that's been really well. That's performed really well. Why? They had a very good open source model. They had a lot of data on what works and what doesn't work. उन दोनों को जोड़ के their model has outperformed everyone else. तो वही Cursor took that path. You need a lot of money to actually train a model. Cursor also did not have that money. They partnered with SpaceX. Lovable probably is not focusing on that also. At some point they probably will. मतलब ये तो बहुत common वो है ना discussion कि all application companies like Devin will now create their own models. All labs like Anthropic are now creating their applications like Claude Code. So hey, there will be some sort of a consolidation here. The benefit that these guys have, they have a lot of data. Lovable is probably not doing it right now. But yes, we will eventually understand how do you create RL environments that actually improve the model? How does training actually happen? That takes benefits of अच्छा output है या बुरा output है, and then how can you train the model better? We're coming to that. Any more questions on this? ठीक है. One very common question should come: how do I write my first eval then? मतलब अगर मैंने Lovable बना लिया है, and I now want to move it from GPT 5.6 to Fable 5. how do I make before I make that transition, I need to make sure Fable 5 is better. How do I do that? I know Fable 5 is better on a bunch of metrics, but मेरे lovable पे better है कि नहीं, मेरे agent के साथ मेरे harness के साथ fit हो रहा है कि नहीं वगैरह वगैरह. How do you write your very first eval over here? वही मतलब what would the code for that look like? What files would you have? You know, आपका lovable का code है, turbo repo है, there's a front end, there's a back end, there's a WebSocket layer, there's an infra layer. What other folders do you add? What files do you add to create your very first one eval for lovable?
If you need to start with a frozen database, data set, like these were the correct decisions or these were the wrong ones, like you just selected.
Basically, question.
Let's go there. You said you need to create a data set, correct? हाँ, तो वो उस data set की shape क्या होगी for lovable? JSON ला, उसके अंदर क्या होगा? Fields क्या होंगी? JSON के अंदर क्या होगा? You're saying ना create a data set. I said what's inside the data set. You said it's a JSON object. I'm asking what's inside the JSON object. Okay, we have lovable. I have a local code base. It has one folder, you know, ये VS Code में खुला हुआ है. It has apps/backend, apps/frontend, apps/agent, let's say, packages/UI, packages/Prisma, something like this. And my, you know, lovable agent is working very well. People are using it. Now, backend में I want to change the model from A to B. Before I do that, I need to make sure model B is better. मैं कोड में ही कुछ ऐड करूंगा, evals लिखूंगा जो हम बात कर रहे हैं. क्या लिखूंगा मैं exactly? That's my question. Test sort of, हाँ है ना? तो ठीक है, I'll create another folder called apps/evals. इसके अंदर क्या फाइल लिखूंगा मैं? Index.ts, let's say something like that. उसमें कोड क्या होगा? उसमें लिखा क्या होगा exactly? What will it do?
एक स्टैंडर्ड वे में आउटपुट देगा.
List of prompts होंगे उसके पास, ठीक है? तो the JSON is actually something like this, you know? An array of evals where one thing is prompt, create a to-do app. What else? Longer prompt. JSON is actually something like this, you know, an array of evals where one thing is prompt, create a to-do app. What else? Longer, you know, add, make sure it has delete functionality, etc. etc. आपने बहुत लंबा prompt लिख दिया.
सेम ऑब्जेक्ट में उसका अगर हम ये भी चेक कर रहे हैं कि ये टास्क असली परफॉर्म किया है कि नहीं, then we have to मतलब टूल पोस्ट चेक कर सकते हैं उसके, या फिर
Okay.
टेक्स्ट चेक कर सकते हैं कि पर्टिकुलरली ये चीज लिखी है उसने नहीं.
Particularly क्या चीज लिखनी होगी to-do app में?
फीचर जैसे कि इस टाइप का फीचर.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
आईडी.
Hmm.
So we can create a test on it कि वो आईडी
Exactly.
उस बटन के लिए हो रहा है कि नहीं हो रहा.
कैसे लिखेंगे वही पूछ रहा हूँ मैं. सही करना तो यही है. तो it's something like this. बिल्कुल सही है. You know, you'll have a file evals.ts. You'll have a bunch of prompts, your data set, which is an array of evals. Prompt, create a new, create a to-do app. It should be in dark mode. It should support delete functionality, something like this. इसके बाद मैं क्या करूँगा?
We can have like inclusion exclusions for some.
We can have inclusion, exclusion, or commands that we need to run for some prompts. Okay. But what output? मतलब okay.
या टेस्ट के फ्री बोलूँगा कि वही API या फिर सारी चीजें रीड करके मुझे रिस्पॉन्स बताओ कि वो वन शॉट प्रॉम्प्टिंग के थ्रू मतलब 200
Okay. ठीक है. Which one of these evals are we writing? That's the first question. मतलब we're all thinking हम evals लिखेंगे. अभी हम ठीक है. I agree. Build वाला लिखते हैं सब. Exactly. Perfect. तो हमें
what we'll give is prompt रहेगा. Prompt में उसको फोल्डर दे देंगे कि एक पर्टिकुलर फोल्डर में तू ड्रैग करेगा. And then we'll test कि वो फोल्डर सही से बिल्ड हो रहा है.
Correct. But we already have a code base यहाँ पे. I need to test that agent. मुझे नया एजेंट नहीं बनाना है कि अब आप फाइल सारी यहाँ लिखो. समझ रहे हो ये चीज?
आप रीडमी प्रॉब्लम में डाल देते हैं कि रीडमी ऐसा अपडेट करो जो भी फंक्शन कॉल्स है वो JSON में वो
ओके.
सैंडबॉक्स एंड फिर वहां से हम लोग फंक्शंस निकाल सकते हैं. अगर तू एक
पहले वाला कर रहे हैं अभी. फर्स्ट टेस्ट वे राइटिंग. फर्स्ट सेट ऑफ evals. सॉरी, बिल्ड वाला कहाँ गया? फॉर लवेबल. दिस इज व्हाट वी आर राइटिंग. अभी सिर्फ ये लिखना है. कुछ कॉम्प्लिकेटेड eval नहीं लिखना है. सिंपल eval लिखना है. करेक्ट. यही टेस्ट करना है ना? कोई लंबी तार वाला चार्जर है क्या? ये देना जरा. हाँ वो तो इजी है.
मतलब इसका ये वाला है आपका दूसरा ऑप्शन
नहीं है फिर आप कह रहे हो. Okay, if our application was something like Codeforces or a model for Codeforces जो DSA questions को solve करता है, like we created a leetcodesheet.com जहाँ problem statement paste करो वो output दे देता है. यही है. अब आपको टेस्ट करना है अच्छा है कि नहीं. ठीक है. Very good question actually. मतलब very good. More deterministic thing. We are creating a website called leetcodecheating.com. When you open this website, you paste a problem statement on the left. Question left में लिखते हो. Right में वो उसका कोड दे देता है आपको C++ में. Then you copy that, paste it to LeetCode, submit, आपका हो गया. तो चीटिंग वेबसाइट हमने बना दी. Now we want to test कि हमारी चीटिंग वेबसाइट कितनी अच्छी है. हाँ तो इसके evals कैसे लिखेंगे बताओ. More deterministic thing. We are creating a website called leetcodecheating.com. When you open this website, you paste a problem statement on the left. Question left में लिखते हो. Right में वो उसका कोड दे देता है आपको C++ में. Then you copy that, paste it to LeetCode, submit, आपका हो गया. तो चीटिंग वेबसाइट हमने बना दी. Now we want to test कि हमारी चीटिंग वेबसाइट कितनी अच्छी है. हाँ तो इसके evals कैसे लिखेंगे बताओ. तो कैसे करेंगे फिर से मतलब how would you test the final output?
टेस्ट फाइल्स के हिसाब से जो
What are the test files for Codeforces LeetCode like questions? हाँ वही exactly. There's a very वैसे ही होगा ना. Why would you LLM as a judge डालोगे ही क्यों when there is an easy way to test it, right? So for this it is much simpler. For this an eval looks something like this. Const evals equal to question, whatever, solve, create the function sum, takes two inputs, returns the sum. Very simple question. DSA का there are two sums जो question होती है वो. और evals में क्या हो? Test cases. What would a single test case look like? Input 1,2, output 3. You write this, then you'll simply take, you'll iterate over all of this, send the prompt to the agent, it'll give you an output, you will run that output, you will run that output for all of these test cases. Much simpler. That's how you'll write evals for a LeetCode cheating like website. For our website, for Lovable, ठीक है. Number one, we'll test the build.
ये क्या कि अगर आपने वो स्पेसिफाई किया एंडपॉइंट्स या तो एलएलएम एज एन जज रख सकती थी आउटपुट के
टू टेस्ट आउटपुट, आउटपुट का क्या मतलब आर्किटेक्चर मोटा मोटा कोड साफ है नहीं है, ठीक है, व्हाट एल्स?
कैसे है वो
बिल्कुल एलएलएम ऐसे जज ही होगा इसमें भी,
अभी लिखा होगा
बाद में लिखना होता है, ठीक है। हाँ मतलब गुड है, अगेन वही बेसिकली लॉन्ग स्टोरी शॉर्ट जो मुझे देखना था वो ये था कि यू विल बेसिकली इंपोर्ट योर एजेंट हियर, जो भी आपने एजेंट लिखा है यू नो इन योर lovable, hopefully that's a separate package and you just import it from whatever at lovable/agent. You will send agent dot ये लगा दो यार, agent dot output whatever the data set dot of 0 dot prompt, you know, const लेट्स से आपने एजेंट इतना जेनेरिक लिखा है कि जब भी उस पर कोई टूल कॉल होती है ये कॉल बैक कॉल होता है इन योर एप्लीकेशन दैट एक्चुअली रीड्स द फाइल, राइट्स द फाइल, व्हाटएवर। यहाँ पे यू कैन जस्ट इंस्पेक्ट द आउटपुट व्हाटएवर, कीप इट समवेयर एंड देन इवेंचुअली यू विल रन द 4 सेट ऑफ थिंग्स विद द फाइनल आउटपुट के डज इट बिल्ड और नॉट वगैरह वगैरह। यू विल प्रॉब्ली नीड अ सैंडबॉक्स, इट्स नॉट वेरी इजी, मतलब ये बहुत हाई लेवल लिख दिया मैंने, बट वही है, वो सारा कोड लिखेगा, आप उस सारे कोड को एक सैंडबॉक्स में भेजोगे, यू विल रन द बिल्ड टेस्ट, बिल्ड हुआ कि नहीं, यू विल डू इट फॉर ऑल ऑफ दीज डेटा evals that exist, then you give it 1 7 out of 10 passed, so that tells you this model is good or not, then you do the second thing, third thing, fourth thing, मतलब बहुत कॉम्प्लेक्स है, इतना इजी लगता है नहीं, there are a lot of things you have to do here, including कि आपकी एप्लीकेशन तो वो फाइल रीड करके सैंडबॉक्स में डालती है, फिर रिमेंबर वही Kubernetes pod में डालती है, डेटाबेस में डालती है, that's what your application does। यहाँ पे you need access to those outputs, you need to send them to another sandbox, you need to test inside the sandbox, etc. Long story short, creating RL environments or eval environments is hard, writing evals is easy। ये चीज लिखनी आसान है, या ये चीज लिखनी आसान है कि these are my set of evals that we are going to test with। Actually testing it with various models has a lot of infra challenges, बहुत सारा कोड लिखना पड़ता है। To understand that better, let's understand how benchmarks actually work and specifically SWE-bench का डेटा कैसा दिखता है and then actual execution कैसे दिखता है। Any questions at this point? What is that? For lovable. I mean, you can take like a broken code base and ask it to fix it. That's still not an unhappy का मतलब वही ना, the LLM fails when it should, ये कह रहे हो ना? What can be a good use case of the LLM failing? You want the LLM to fail a task. Unhappy, हाँ मतलब हो सकता है ना कि the user asked to create a government bomb मार दूं वेबसाइट, तो यार LLM आउटपुट शुड बी नो, मैं नहीं बनाऊंगा, तो दैट्स लाइक अ अनहैप्पी यूज केस। उसमें अगर वो सक्सेसफुल हो जाता है दैट मींस योर eval has a problem, that means your model has a problem, that can be one। मतलब अपने वैसे ढूंढने मुश्किल है वैसे, this is the only one I can think of, ask it to do bad things, hacking a government website and the model should say no। कर ही देता है वो, मतलब हाँ, that can also be it, actually that's not bad। if I go to ChatGPT and ask it कि एक PHP में exchange बनाते हैं for whatever XYZ reason, so sometimes it will tell you कि मैं बना दूंगा, but probably a better idea to write in Node.js or Rust, something like that, those can be other set of tests।
More like CSS में
CSS में
DSA,
हाँ वही, क्या I ask it कि can you solve the CDSA problem using CSS, तो model should reject। नहीं more questions? evals होते क्या समझ आ गए? evals run कैसे होते हैं? slightly harder, उसको देखते हैं। A bench, so we're done with evals, we're starting benchmarks next, very hand in hand, दोनों चीजें मतलब साथ में यूज होती हैं। A benchmark in machine learning is a standardized test, a fixed data set plus a scoring method, a fixed data set, bunch of evals, and a scoring method कि इन सब evals पे how do you score an LLM। In case of DSA काफी simple था, the way to score the LLMs is that you run the input outputs and make sure the final output returns the right thing। Used to measure how well a model performs on a specific task, so that different models or different versions of the same model or different harnesses can be compared on equal footing। If for same set of tests, same set of evals, दो different models, दो different agent harnesses कैसे perform करें. This is the earlier, this is not used anymore, probably not good anymore, but one of the earlier benchmarks in software engineering. It's called the SWE bench, software engineering bench. If you ever open it, you will see something like this. Okay, currently top of the leaderboard is Claude Opus 4.5, high reasoning. It was able to solve 76% of the evals. So they have, let's say, 1,000 set of tests. 768 tests this guy was able to solve. The rest it wasn't able to solve. If you go back in history, you will see GPT-2 was only able to solve like 2% of them. कोई मॉडल 100% रिजॉल्व कर लेता है, करेक्ट. हाँ, मतलब स्वी बेंच बहुत हो गया है, आउटडेटेड हो गया, तो 70% हो गया. तो स्वी लॉन्ग आ गया था उसके बाद. So SWE long आ गया था उसके बाद, which was, you know, which is better, हाँ, but yes, just because SWE bench पे something is performing 100% doesn't mean कि AGI has been achieved, right? मतलब that just means कि अब ये बहुत easy हो गया LLM के लिए. Now you need to find tougher tasks. तभी तो ये companies hire करती हैं. Why did they interview उस्मान? क्योंकि they saw कि इसने Rust compiler में contributions की हुई हैं. इसको कुछ ऐसी चीजें आती होंगी जो अभी यहाँ पे fail करेंगी. And that is the kind of data that labs need now. The kind of data that labs need is what models are not able to solve right now. Most of this has become very solvable now. This is not going to improve the model anymore. In evals पे आप कितना भी train कर लो model को, वो better नहीं हो रहा है. It's like if you keep building lovable again and again and again, you're not going to learn something new. So you have to pick something tougher. And similarly, yes, there are more benchmarks now. Long, एक SWE long bench क्या था, वो 30% ही चल रहा था. This is at 70% already. So yes, there'll be more and more better and better benchmarks, or they will add more evals over here to make sure कि हाँ, you know, now it's back to 50% वगैरह वगैरह. More questions?
बेंचमार्क दो है ना, एक LLM से LLM कैसे लेके हैं टेस्ट है और एक यूनिट टेस्ट है.
It's called evals होते हैं, क्या समझ आ गया? Evals run कैसे होते हैं? Slightly harder. Back to 50% वगैरह वगैरह. One more time. दो तरीके के टेस्ट हैं. एक
तो वो दो टाइप से टेस्ट कर सकते हैं. एक तो यूनिट टेस्ट लिख सकते हैं कि मॉडल इनको बता दिया कि ये करना है, और एंडपॉइंट्स से नॉर्मल टेस्ट करके क्या.
करेक्ट. LLM as a judge depends on the use case. Some like math problems में LLM as a judge की कोई जरूरत नहीं है. Every math problem has a final answer, 4, 5, 20, some number, right? So you only need normal unit tests. You don't need LLM as a judge. Lovable का आर्किटेक्चर जज करना है, आउटपुट जो था वो अच्छा था कि नहीं. You need LLM as a judge. So for certain things you need LLM as a judge. If you can avoid that, you do avoid that. If you can run simple unit tests to test how good a model is, you do that. SWE bench क्या करता है दोनों में से?
बेंचमार्क तो वो दोनों ही रखने चाहिए. यूनिट टेस्ट भी रखने चाहिए और LLM भी इनको होना चाहिए, ताकि वो अक्रॉस मॉडल्स हो सकते हैं. कुछ यूनिट टेस्ट ज़्यादा अच्छे कर रहे हैं, कोई LLM बेस कर रहे हैं. दोनों का
debatable. Most इनमें सिर्फ unit tests हैं. I think that's good enough. I think most coding tasks, at least back-end coding tasks, can be tested by unit tests. Front-end it's debatable. You might need LLM as a judge. Math and coding are two, you know, fields जहाँ पे evals probably should be unit tests. LLM as a judge is probably not needed. For creativity, LLM as a judge is a better output. For hospitality, के आपका जो मॉडल है वो पोलाइट है कि नहीं है, दैट अनदर LLM only needs to judge. But coding tasks, बिल्कुल.
बना रहे, किस आर्किटेक्चर में बना रहे, क्या इनपुट यूज कर रहे हैं, वो उस पे टेस्ट केस कैसे.
Again, if it performs well on these test cases, वो किसी भी Python code base में अच्छा ही perform करेगा. We don't want to test कि हाँ अब all of these evals are written on some specific code repositories. के code की repository है, उसमें कुछ change करना है, उसके tests लिखे हुए हैं, वो उसमें अच्छा कर रहा है, वो आपके उसमें भी अच्छा ही करेगा. You don't need to test it for vague inputs.
Like separate LLM for like अगर मैंने Claude से कुछ लिखवाया है, Claude let's say code right, for the PR like application I have generated code using Claude. Now, do I use Claude itself to verify that whether it's a creative enough or not, or should I use separate LLM, let's say GPT-1?
Okay, good question. Let's take PR review as an example. वो बोला था आपने. Let's say you want to write an agent that चेक्स के जो पीआर है जो बंदे ने बनाई है, इज इट गुड और नॉट, उसके बग्स है कि नहीं, नॉट डिटर्मिनिस्टिक, कोड को रीड करके ये कह रहे हो ना, मतलब एलएलएम एज अ जज है, तो यू नीड व्हिच एलएलएम शुड आई यूज, एनी क्वेश्चन, एनी रिस्पॉन्सेस हियर? इट्स
में टेक्निकली वो होता है ना कि पहले अपने आंसर को लेके स्टिक भी रहता है कि हाँ गो विद दिस फ्लो, और फिर अगर आप उसको बोलते हैं कि नहीं नहीं है और दिस, तो फिर वो एकदम एंटी भी हो जाता है।
ओके, तो आपको सेम पे करना चाहिए। हम्म हम्म
press context
हम्म
and the bug.
हम्म हम्म बट व्हाई नॉट यूज अ डिफरेंट मॉडल? क्वेश्चन ठीक है, तुम बहुत कुछ कर सकते हो सेम मॉडल से। क्वेश्चन इज टू टेस्ट द आउटपुट ऑफ मॉडल ए, शुड यू यूज मॉडल ए और मॉडल बी?
ने बनाया है तो उसकी थिंकिंग की जो चेक करनी है, ऐसे ही कराएंगे तो सही नहीं होगा।
वही, यू शुड यूज अ डिफरेंट मॉडल। नहीं, दोनों अपर मॉडल्स हैं, दोनों के बेस्ट मॉडल्स आप स्टेट ऑफ द आर्ट यूज कर रहे हो। आपने यहाँ पे वो यूज किया, GPT 5.6 यूज किया टू जनरेट कोड, you should use Fable to test it. If you use Fable to generate the code, use this thing. I don't know how many of you guys saw this. Do you guys know Greptile, Code Rabbit Comparator? 2 दिन पहले का ही ट्वीट है उनका। ये सब चीजें अपनी फीड में लाओ तो आपके आंसर्स खुद ही आएंगे। They talked exactly about this model inversion. Greptile detects if your PR generated by GPT or Claude methods and uses the other model for review. So for that very specific question, there's a very clear answer. Company has researched. उन्होंने actually research करके देखा कि if you use the different model for testing, it actually performs better. Might be different for creativity. Specifically for code reviews, there is a clear answer. This company, they have a blog post, feel free to read it. But they by default have now enabled it. They detect कि आपकी PR Claude Code से बनी थी, Anthropic के मॉडल से बनी थी, तो they use GPT for testing it and vice versa.
जिससे प्लस 3 राइट हुआ था, उसमें उन्होंने दूसरा मॉडल यूज किया। सेम मॉडल में उन्होंने ये कहते कि मॉडल में प्रॉम्प्ट डाल दी थी कि तुझे बग ढूंढना है, जो भी वो दिखाए मॉडल में ये गलत है। सेम मॉडल सेम है, बस वो बोलती बग है मुझे ढूंढ के निकालना है, तो ऐसे इनवर्स बना।
But one cannot use OpenAI, right? One is owned by Anthropic. तो वो ये थोड़ी बोलेंगे पब्लिकली कि हाँ हमने खुद का कोड Anthropic से लिखा और GPT से रिव्यू कराया। Even though GPT might be better, they will not do it and not use, say it publicly, right? So of course they will write code and test code using Anthropic only, but still for them also it might make sense कि a very different state of the art model that was trained very separately should review and test that code.
रोटी खाता हूँ, माता का रोटी लेकिन और क्या है, पता है पेट खराब हो जा रहा है, यहाँ आके इंसुलिन पुराना सामान खा रहा है। एग्जाम का आता है तो बनाती ही थी, जब रख देती थी पता था सब्जी होगा, 5 रोटी बनाएंगी वो अच्छा है। अब गाय को धीरे धीरे मोह लग रहा है, तो पहले ही कहा था। ₹2000 ऐसे लगा थोड़ा कम कीजिएगा, मैं क्या करूँगा, तो बटोर ही रहा हूँ। देखिए, 1 महीना का 2000 मत सोचिए, 30 दिन का सोचिए, मुझे लुटन तब सोचिए कि बात सही है, लेकिन उसका मत सोचिए। पेट्रोल इतना नहीं कितना लगता है, ₹2 ज़्यादा लगेगा, हम लोग का करेंगे ₹60 ₹100 ज़्यादा लगेगा। अब क्या चाहिए आपको पैसा? अरे ये सब काहे ला बता रहे हैं? बैंक रहना है आपको, जमीन ले रखना है, आप इतना बात करती हैं। मतलब मैं जाऊँ बोलिए ना, यही पूछेंगे ना उनसे, यही सब करेंगे ना, ये थोड़ी ना पूरा घर का उतार करके जहाँ जो थोड़ा हर चीज पता है आप लोग लगवा लेती हैं। मत कीजिए, चुपचाप रहिए।
कर रही है। चल रहा। चल रहा। देखिए खोल के। जब पढ़ता हूँ तो ऑन कर देता हूँ तो देख सकती। नहीं तो कल आया है तो शायद कल साल में पहली बार पढ़ा होगा। तो आज ही मतलब पढ़ा होगा। ठीक है ठीक। खाना ही खाया हूँ। हाँ हाँ वही बिरयानी खा लिया था भूख। मिलता है ज़्यादा अच्छा बिरयानी लगता है। ठीक है गुड नाइट।
फिजिक्स वाला जी वहां पे जाके आप भाषण दे रहे हैं, फिजिक्स वाला बड़े बड़े भाषण दे रहे हो। आपको समर्थन करना है तो असली समर्थन करो, वहां पे स्पीच मत दो जंतर मंतर में। पॉलिटिक्स में आना है फिजिक्स वाला तो पॉलिटिक्स में आओ। कमाता कौन है स्टूडेंट्स के नाम पर?
ने आप सबसे वादा किया था कि हम भारत के किसानों को आपकी तरफ से 11 लाख रुपए पुरस्कार देंगे, पर यहाँ आके उस अमाउंट को हमने डबल कर दिया।
तो हम पहुँच गए हैं लक्ष्मीपुर के अपने स्कूल आदर्श उच्च विद्यालय लक्ष्मीपुर में, और यहाँ लाइब्रेरी बन रही है। वर्ल्ड क्लास डिजिटल लाइब्रेरी बना सकते हैं, आओ देखते हैं।
हेलो ओल्ड राजेंद्र नगर यार, विजन आईएएस बंद हो गया। विजन आईएएस का जो दिल्ली का सेंटर है वो बंद हो गया। मतलब वहां पे बच्चे जाके प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे हैं। बेसिकली कई 6-7 महीनों से टीचरों की सैलरी नहीं आई थी। टीचर जो है 20 दिन से हड़ताल पे चले गए। बच्चे वहां पे जाके क्या नाम है प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे हैं, भाई साहब फीस दो, पैसे दो, क्लासेस करवाओ। भाई अलग कलेश चल रहा है ये तो। इनके जो डायरेक्टर है अजय सिंह, उसको करोल बाग पुलिस स्टेशन ले जाया जा रहा है। विजन आईएएस के ऊपर एक ना ट्विटर हैंडल था जिसको विवेक सिंह के नाम से, उसने विवेक सिंह ने इसके ऊपर कई स्टोरी की थी और इसकी इंटरनल बड़ी सारी सी स्टोरीज बताई थी। 2024 में जो इनके एम्प्लॉइज थे उनकी 5-5, 3-3 महीने की सैलरीज नहीं आ रही थी। तो वो जो ट्विटर हैंडल था वो इसके ऊपर स्टोरी किया करता था और वो इसको बाई चांस एक्सपोज करता था कि विजन आईएएस के अंदर गड़बड़ चल रही है, कुछ ना कुछ करप्शन चल रही है, कुछ ना कुछ घोटाला चल रहा है। तो विजन आईएएस ने अपनी, क्योंकि इसके कॉन्टेक्ट थे यार बड़े सारे से, क्योंकि इसके कॉन्टेक्ट थे भाई जजेस के साथ, पुलिस के साथ, आईएएस के साथ, तो इसने वो ट्विटर हैंडल बंद कराया। वो बच्चा बिहार का, उसको पूरे के पूरे हरास किया, उसको जेल में डालने के लिए बहुत कोशिश की, उसका ट्विटर हैंडल तक बंद करवा दिया था। वो यूपीएससी प्रोटेस्ट पे काफी ज्यादा मदद करता था बच्चों की। अब भाई ये तो कार्मा कमबैक हो गया पूरा का पूरा। लास्ट ईयर जब मैं एक्चुअली में पढ़ाता था एक यूट्यूब चैनल के ऊपर, तब विजन आईएएस के बड़े सारे से बच्चे मेरे पास रीच आउट कर रहे थे कि सर हमारी मदद कर दो। पर भाई मैं दूसरे कोचिंग इंस्टीट्यूट में पढ़ाता तो मैं इसके बारे में बात नहीं कर सकता था। फिर पिछले साल नवंबर दिसंबर में भी कहा कि सर किसी की सैलरी नहीं आई, बोलने नहीं आई। And I actually didn't believe them. Why? Because ये तो विजन है यार, ये तो 60, 70, 80 करोड़ रुपए का तो ये एनुअल रेवेन्यू करता ही है। मतलब बच्चे हर 1.5 लाख रुपए, 2-2, 2.5 लाख रुपए की फीस है और 1500, 2000 बच्चे तो एडमिशन लेते ही लेते हैं। और अभी भी इन्होंने एडमिशन बंद नहीं किए थे, पिछले हफ्ते तक भी लोग एडमिशन ले रहे थे। इतना सारा सा पैसा गबन कर दिया। अब भाई मेरे पास क्लैरिटी तो नहीं है। बात यह है कि भाई अजय सिंह जो है, अजय सिंह लड़की का चक्कर बाबू भैया, लड़की का चक्कर। मैं बस डिटेल नहीं बता सकता तुमको, क्योंकि भाई कैसे बताऊं मैं डिटेल, सबकी सब स्पेकुलेशन में, और स्पेकुलेशन बताना अच्छी बात नहीं है। बट डैम मैन, दे विजन आईएएस गॉट क्लोज्ड, करोल बाग मेट्रो स्टेशन। भाई पिछले 10 साल का वन ऑफ द मोस्ट पॉपुलर इंस्टीट्यूट था विजन आईएएस, एंड जस्ट आउट ऑफ दैट लड़की का चक्कर बाबू भैया पूरा का पूरा इंस्टीट्यूट डिस्ट्रॉय कर दिया गया। भाई बच्चों का ट्रस्ट कहां से आएगा? मैं खुद जब इस साल यूपीएससी का रिजल्ट आया था तो आई वाज सजेस्टिंग भाई कौन सा इंस्टीट्यूट करना चाहिए यार, वाजीराम कर सकते हो, विजन आईएएस कर सकते हो, क्योंकि मुझे लगा, मैंने कहा इतने बड़े इंस्टीट्यूट हैं सो दे कैन नॉट फेल। मतलब टीचर्स जो हैं अच्छे हायर करते हैं, खूब अच्छी सैलरी देते हैं। टीचरों की सैलरी नहीं दी, जो स्टाफ है, मेरी जो 2-3 दोस्त है, अब उनको फोन करके बात कर रहा हूं तो बोले भाई हमारी तो 20-25% सैलरी आ रही है पिछले 1 साल से। गॉड मैन, कंप्लीट डिस्ट्रक्शन यार। कोचिंग इंडस्ट्री, आई एम माइसेल्फ एम कोचिंग इंडस्ट्री, तो मैं क्या ही बोलूं, बट इट्स वाओ। बच्चे प्रोटेस्ट करने लग रहे हैं, क्लासेस।
इस नई कमेटी में तो एक गौमूत्र के विशेषज्ञ भी हैं। इन्हें शिक्षा के बारे में क्या पता जी? आप आज मेरे से नाराज हो रहे हैं। अध्यक्ष महोदय, आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री महोदय जी को आपके माध्यम से मैं कहना चाहती हूँ कि शायद उन्हें अपने सलाहकार बदलने चाहिए। वे असलियत से एकदम टूट चुके हैं।
मगर साइंटिस्ट चंद्रशेखर
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Miriam. Happy birthday to you. Happy
Messi flying forward. Leo Messi!
Yo, what's good, Johnny
What's up,
Dane?
man? How you doing, man?
Hey, man, I want some grills, man.
Too easy. What do you want?
I want Ronaldo. No, I want Luffy. I want Luffy. I want Luffy grills on T.
Too easy, man.
All right, let's do it. Let's go.
What's that, brother? Let me see what you want to do.
Okay, I'll draw. Gum! You know?
Okay. I got some ideas.
Now the second step is getting the mold done. Let's go.
Let's get.
Okay, 5 minutes. Ooh! Let's see what the result is. Ooh! They're ready. Yo, what's good, Johnny
What's up,
Dane?
man? How you doing, man?
Hey, man, I want some grills, man.
Can I say hello to your dog? Is he friendly?
Yeah, she's okay.
Yeah. Hello.
She's only young yet, but
Oh, really?
she's still okay.
What's her name?
Her name's Sky. She's a Belgian Malinois.
Okay, yeah.
But she's a rescue one. That's why she's quite a friendly dog. When they get them and they're not, shall we say, keen,
Yeah.
did not particularly want them, so
Okay.
we get rid of them. Which
Okay.
I'm quite happy with because she's a
Well,
lovely
she
dog.
seems very lovely. What made you rescue a dog in the first place?
Well, I've always had dogs, and I lost
Okay.
my other one. Broke my heart as it normally does, and I thought never, ever, ever again. And it took me nearly 2 years to come around to getting another
Good.
dog. The house is empty without a dog. I
Okay.
feel a bit empty
Yeah,
without a
yeah.
dog. And we saw the picture. Dogs Trust said, "Yeah, let's go for it." Then.
Yeah, they're good at Dogs Trust. They do it
They're very
properly,
good at
don't
it, yeah,
do it
very good.
properly. She's brilliant.
Come on, coffee time now.
Nice one. Enjoy your
Yeah,
coffee.
and you.
See you, pal. Can I say?
पता मोदी के लिए मेरे दिमाग में एक सॉफ्ट कॉर्नर क्यों है? पार्टी की बात नहीं है भाई, बीजेपी, कांग्रेस, बनाना सेम थिंग। आप एक काम करो, एक ना मेडिसिन उठाओ आपके आसपास, कोई घर में पड़ी हो ना, और उसका देखना, सर्च करना कि क्या वो मेडिसिन जो है वो पेट्रोलियम बेस्ड प्रोडक्ट है क्या। फिर एक काम करना कि सर्च करना कि कितने % जो मेडिसिन होती है ना वो पेट्रोलियम बेस्ड होती हैं, आपको पता चलेगा 99%। ऐसे ही फिर आप किसी भी चीज़ पे रिपीट कर सकते हो, जैसे फर्टिलाइज़र, उसमें भी मोस्ट ऑफ द फर्टिलाइज़र मतलब जिससे आपका फूड आता है वो भी मैक्सिमम पेट्रोलियम बेस्ड होता है। आपको लगता है कि भाई ये कोइंसिडेंस है? कोइंसिडेंस नहीं है, इसको बोलते हैं नियो कॉलोनियलिज्म, मतलब गुलामी, जिसको वो डीप स्टेट नहीं बोलते। तो वेस्ट की जो कंपनीज है ना, उनका एक काइंड ऑफ यूनियन है जो किसी को कभी पता नहीं चलेगा कहाँ से रन होता है। वो मेक श्योर ये करते हैं कि पूरी दुनिया जो है वो हमारा बनाया हुआ मॉडल जो है उसको फॉलो करें। आप एम्स, जो इंडिया का एम्स था ना पहला एम्स दिल्ली वाला, उसकी करिकुलम की फंडिंग किसने करी थी पता कर लेना आप, रॉकफेलर एम्पायर था वो। एजुकेशन सिस्टम की फंडिंग किसने करी, पूरे दुनिया के एजुकेशन सिस्टम की, वो भी रॉकफेलर एम्पायर से ही आती है। बात पता है क्या है, इस सिस्टम के अगेंस्ट जो आया ना पूरी दुनिया में, वो बचा नहीं, उसको डिस्ट्रॉय कर दिया गया। फिर चाहे गद्दाफी हुए, सद्दाम हुसैन, पता नहीं कितने आए कितने चले गए। अब देखो ये गुलामी अगर सही भी होती ना तो कोई दिक्कत नहीं थी, चलो तुम पावरफुल हो भाई, तुम्हारा सिस्टम फॉलो कर लेगा हर कोई। पर एक्चुअली इसका बहुत बड़ा पार्ट जो है ना वो डेविल है, डेविलिश, एंटी ह्यूमैनिटी है। आपको क्या लगता है कि मतलब इतनी सारी दवाइयाँ मार्केट में, इतने हॉस्पिटल्स, लेकिन किसी भी मर्ज का या 90% जो बीमारियाँ होती हैं उनका कोई इलाज नहीं है। इलाज नहीं है, वो सिम्टम्स ट्रीट करते हैं बस, और फिर उनसे साइड इफेक्ट्स होंगे, उससे क्या होगा, फिर और दवाइयाँ खाओगे उन साइड इफेक्ट्स को हटाने के लिए। तो एक काइंड ऑफ अ लूप है जो हर चीज़ में। मैं तो ये दवाइयों का तो सिर्फ आपको एक एग्जांपल दे रहा हूँ। अभी जो गुलामी है ना, इसकी शुरुआत एक्चुअली एजुकेशन सिस्टम से ही होती है। फिर चाहे वो मेडिकल कॉलेजेस का एजुकेशन सिस्टम हो, ठीक, और ये इतना तगड़ा है कि अगर मैं बता रहा हूँ फिर भी अगर मुझे बीमार हो गया तो मेरे को भी हॉस्पिटल और वही पैरासीटामोल खानी पड़ेगी, क्योंकि ऑप्शन नहीं है। आपको क्या लगता है कि एजुकेशन मिनिस्टर को ही क्यों टारगेट करा गया इंडिया में? मतलब कोई और भी तो मिनिस्टर टारगेट हो सकता था भाई, क्योंकि ये मोदी गवर्नमेंट है ना, ये एक्चुअली एजुकेशन सिस्टम को मॉडिफाई करने की कोशिश कर रही थी। ये लोग हिंदुइज्म को क्यों टारगेट करते हैं या कल्चर्स को क्यों टारगेट करते हैं? क्योंकि स्टार्ट ही यहाँ से हुई थी। तुम इन मॉडर्न मेडिसिन को, जैसे मैं पैरासीटामोल ही खाऊंगा ये सब कुछ जानने के बाद भी क्यों करूंगा? क्योंकि चाहे वो चाइनीज मेडिसिन हो, चाहे इंडियन आयुर्वेदा हो या अफ्रीका का था, वो सब खत्म कर दिए गए। सुपरस्टिशन के नाम पे उन सब को खत्म कर दिया गया। कॉम्पिटिशन ही एग्जिस्ट नहीं करता तो सोल्यूशन कहाँ से आएगा? अब इस गुलामी के अगेंस्ट ना बहुत ही गिनती के लोगों ने स्टैंड लिया आज तक, और उनमें वो चले गए, उन्हें डिस्ट्रॉय कर दिया गया, और उन गिनती के लोगों में से एक है मोदी। अब उसके लिए मोदी क्या है कि साम दाम दंड भेद का इस्तेमाल करता है। जैसे ठीक है भाई, अडानी को सपोर्ट करता है, तो भाई तुम इतने बड़े सिंडिकेट के अगेंस्ट परचून की दुकान खोल के थोड़े लड़ लोगे? तुम्हें इंडस्ट्रियलिस्ट चाहिए, क्योंकि पैसा तो वेपन है इस लड़ाई का। तो वही है कि आप कौन सा बैटल चूज करते हो। आई ऑलवेज चूज द बिगर बैटल्स। पता मोदी
कंगना रनौत ने स्टोरी लगाई है कि यार जेनजी जो वुमेन होती है ना, दैट इज जनरेशन गटर। जो ये लड़के सीजेबी के प्रोटेस्ट में गई थी, द सो कॉल्ड वेस्टर्नाइज्ड इंडियन वुमेन, आई कॉल देम जनरेशन गटर। यू आर जस्ट अ डिस्टॉर्टेड एंटिटी, गटर छाप। जो ये जेनजी प्रोटेस्ट की रील है, ये प्यूक इंड्यूसिंग है। जिस प्रकार से बोलते हैं, जैसे लैंग्वेज है, मैंने कभी यूज नहीं की अपनी जिंदगी में। ऊपर से यार
21 बच्चों ने अपनी जान।
We see a sexy pass and a sexy touch. Nah, that was clean. Long ball going to Dybala. Damn, what a touch. First touch so clean. The
90% वाले बच्चों के ना ठीक है, और ये हाल है कितने हुए? 60% वाले। ध्रुवो, 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 आए, हैप्पी। देखा वो हैप्पी है, और 90% वाले बच्चे हैप्पी नहीं है। भगवान, 90% वाले बच्चों के ना
पढ़ता ही नहीं मुझसे।
आप कविताएं कैसी लिखती हैं?
आपको सुनाऊं मैं?
हाँ सुनाइए ना।
कि उम्र बीतने में वक्त कहाँ लगता है जनाब, कि उम्र बीतने में वक्त कहाँ लगता है जनाब, छोटी सी तो जिंदगी है, अब उसमें भी किसी से पूछ के छुट्टी लेने पड़े तो क्या फायदा, खुद के लिए वक्त निकालने से पहले 1000 बार सोचना पड़े तो क्या फायदा। अमीर
हाथ में गिटार है और पीठ पे बस्ता है, जूतों में कंकड़ है और लंबा रास्ता है, कि
जब चप्पलों के दिन थे तो कांटों ने भी मजे लिए, अब महंगे जूतों से राउंड उनको राहगीर हंसता है। और आती होगी लोगों को कॉफी और किताबों की याद, और आती होगी लोगों को कॉफी और किताबों की याद। भाई मुझे तो पेड़ याद आते हैं जब सावन बरसता है। ये जो खिसक खिसक के मैं आगे जा रहा हूँ, ये जो फिसल फिसल के मैं पीछे आ रहा हूँ, ये जो सिसक सिसक के।
Is it alright if I say hello to your dog?
She's noisy.
Lola. Thought she was just walking through your legs. That was quite a cool trick.
Yeah, she can do a fair few tricks. Picks me up.
अगर आज का आप द हिंदू खोल के देखेंगे तो वहाँ
You know, like nowadays, like kids get into football. It's like, oh, when did he start playing? Oh, he was 2.5, like in the garden.
यहाँ तक तो पढ़ा दिया सर।
तुम लोग भाई मोदी को डिक्टेटर बोलते हो, तुमने पता है कितनी गालियां दी।
What do you do?
I'm a neuromuscular neurology nurse practitioner.
Oh. Fix me. What are you doing here? Why are you wasting your time at my show? Do you realize I could never afford to see you? You can afford to see me. What do you do?
I'm a neuromuscular neurology nurse practitioner.
Oh. Fix me. What are you doing here?
भैया भैया मैंने सुना इस हवा से भरे पैकेट को आप 1 किलो
MCP is getting a.
यार इथेनॉल का डिबेट बहुत ही ज्यादा ट्रिक।
What's your name, please?
My name is Xander Alexander.
Alexander.
No, Xander Alexander.
Okay. What's your real name?
Xander.
Okay. But you just said Alexander.
It's my first name is Xander. My last name is Alexander. Xander Alexander. It's a stage name.
What's your real name?
My real name is Alexander Johnson.
All right, Alexander. And how old are you?
I am 27. How old are you?
Older than that. Wow.
Oh my God.
Right. Alexander, have you ever...
Don't call me Alexander, please. I hate that name.
Xander.
Thank you, Paula. Am I going to sing or what?
Okay, Alexander, because we're running out of time.
Stop calling me that, Simone.
What's your name, please?
My name is Xander Alexander.
People often say they have changed because they now think differently.
Is that Potato? Hey, Potato! How are you? Yeah, good. So he went viral recently, didn't he?
All the comments on there, there's not one negative one, and
No.
they're just so lovely. Literally the other day,
Yeah.
we saw her behind us up there, so I started speeding up because I know she's wary of him. She took me for lead. I was like, oh my gosh. She was like, I saw him on TikTok. I was like, there you go, that's why.
Because last time you were obviously you were saying it's quite upset that people pick up their dogs and that sort of thing.
Everyone just loves him here.
Oh, I love that. It's a funny to wipe the camera. Got slobber all over the camera. Is that Potato?
Transport, I have very good price.
I will take Uber.
But the Uber is not cheaper than our price.
You give me the same price as Uber?
Cheaper than Uber.
How much?
To 100 rupees to go anywhere.
To my hotel.
Yeah, which hotel you have?
Hilton.
100 rupees. DoubleTree Hilton?
Yeah.
I know very well. Only 100 rupees.
100 rupees?
Yes.
And we go straight to the hotel?
Yes, yes. I'm not taking you in my home. I'm taking your place.
Okay.
Please come.
How we go, with the tuk-tuk?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, maybe your stereotype about this station is wrong. Helicopter?
Yes.
We're taking your private helicopter?
Yes, sir.
Oh, that sounds lovely.
Where are you from?
I'm from Germany.
Oh, from Germany?
Germany, yeah.
My son raps now.
Oh, yeah.
my
I've
youngest
heard
son,
of
so now he's already shot like videos.
Oh,
and
nice.
stuff.
What's that like for you?
His.
To
Huh?
see your son become a rapper right in front of your very eyes. How does that?
Ah man,
Full
it's like
circle.
seeing yourself.
Is he
good?
I mean, to
to the
world,
masses,
I don't judge. I let him know neither. You can't tell yourself you're good. But they gotta tell you you're good.
Hey, wait, do you ever
And they
rap
like
with him?
Yeah.
Oh, you do?
I took him on tour.
That's crazy.
Because the nigga was doing shows before I took him on tour. He was doing his own shows and shit. Yeah, so I was like, you might as well just come on tour with me, man. My son raps now.
बाप रे जी, ये तो बहुत स्ट्रिक्ट रूटीन है। हाँ, इसको तो रजनी
Yeah.
रहा था